is proud to partner with First to inspire. Is proud to partner with First to inspire discoveries with your innovations. And big thanks to Qualcomm for 20 years of support for the future. And we're again excited to season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer season, create success to support FRC teams around the world, empowering you, the next generation of makers, to turn creativity into real-world impact. A big thanks to Haas and to all of our donors, from the largest companies, individual donors who support First and with funding, mentorship, and really couldn't do it without you. Our volunteers in the blue shirts. The judges, led by Judge Advisor, First alum Mary Steiner. The judges want to hear your stories, your successes, your triumphs, your challenges. And this is a distinguished group of people that work at many companies and organizations that you might want to work at someday. So don't be shy. Go ahead and talk to them and network and have fun. Judges, thank you for your time and efforts here today. You've got a difficult task this weekend because we've got a bunch of very competitive teams. There's also another group of volunteers that you'll get to know on this playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, enforce the rules, and help all teams compete intensely while remembering their gracious professionalism. Their rulings will be final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees, led by head referee, First alum Jonathan Rosso. Now, a couple other things to note. If you happen to drop anything in the stands, I need to tell you to not go and try to get that yourself. We have some dedicated people from CASE to help you guys out with that. So these are the student body members that are going to be found in the yellow jackets. Give them a big wave. If you need anything retrieved, go find one of them. They will do it for you. Please don't do that yourself. In the name of safety. Speaking of safety, along with some fair competition, safety is a priority at First. We want to make sure that we all have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please welcome our safety manager, Daniel Harp. Speaking of safety, First Washington will be following a standard response protocol for any safety incidents that may occur during this event. You will see slides that are rolling on our slide deck and all around the venue that has more information. Please keep an eye out for these so we can ensure everyone's safety. And for more information on the standard response protocol, look up iloveYouGuys.org. It's real. I saw it. It's a real website. A few things that you can do to ensure your team's safety is know where the exits are. So take a mental note just as you're walking around the venue to know if you need to run away, if there's a fire or something, go which way. And also, find your team and make sure that you guys establish a meeting place for if something were to happen, where are you guys meeting, so you have everybody and we can all be safe. It takes us all working together to ensure all participants are having fun and a safe experience this weekend. As always, in addition to being safe, let's make sure that everything that you do at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism, which was invented by Woody Flowers. Go Woody Flowers, shout out. Rest in peace. Speaking of Woody Flowers, the nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award will be honored during this weekend's award ceremonies. Mentors are nominated by their team as a Woody Flowers Finalist Award contender. Throughout the competition, please be sure to remember Woody and maintain his legacy by acting graciously and professionally, with gracious professionalism. In addition, mentors and coaches, raise your hand if you are a mentor or a coach. Wow, there's so many of you. I want you to remember that you guys are critical to the FIRST experience. You have helped to set the culture at FIRST and are a part of our far-reaching support system that we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. We know that many of you also mentor teams from other FIRST programs such as FIRST Lego League and FIRST Tech Challenge. A big thanks to all mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of all FIRST programs. Round of applause. Alrighty, so here's what I have for the agenda for today. We're gonna have a couple workshops and activities going on throughout the entire day. So if you're interested in that, please go see Pit Admin for more details. We're also, if you're a senior, raise your hand if you're a senior. Whoa, that's a lot of, okay. At the beginning of lunch, we're gonna be taking a senior photo on the field here. So we'll be reminding you throughout the day, but if you're a senior, you wanna be a part of that. So come down. And raise your hand if you're an alumni. Oh, okay, a lot of people behind me. Me too. We're gonna be taking an alumni photo on the field after the last match of the day. So alumni, seniors, keep that in mind. You'll be down here soon. Okay, I'd like to take a moment of silence to honor all of our active and retired service members. Thank you all. And now, I would like to direct your attention to the left side, where we are gonna have Skynet team member Ethan Walsh to play the national anthem on electric guitar. Incredible! Thank you, Ethan. You may all be seated. All right, everyone, are you guys ready to play Rebuild? All right, let's power up these robots and get ready for qualification matches. Oh, and also, the other voice that you'll be hearing this weekend is our game announcer. Please welcome first alum, Jake Enos.
Good morning, Clackamas Academy. For all those in the stands, you can find the link to the live stream on the main page of firstwa.org. Now, let's meet the teams in the first match.
Okay, qualification match number 1. Let's meet our Red Alliance. Starting off with team 2635.
From Lake Ridge High School in Lake Oswego, and Lake Oswego High School in Lake Oswego, Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
Joining them, can I get an oh, yeah? It's team 2557.
From Tacoma, Washington, oh, yep, that's the Soda Bots.
Last but not least, We got team 3669.
Please provide a warm welcome to our team from down south. They are from Ripon, California. It's the Carbonites.
Over here on our blue alliance. Oh, they're already in blue. You know they're the real deal. We got team 2898.
They're a family and community team from Portland, Oregon. It's the Flying Hedgehogs.
Joining them, I got team 10991.
From Sandy High School in Sandy, Oregon, it's the Pyobites.
And our last team rounding out the blue alliance, we got team 8032.
From all the way up in Seattle, it's Sasquatch Robotics. Has the possession of the hub for the next 20 seconds. Over on the red side of the field, Sodabots into that hub before
All right, qualification match number 4. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
fourth qualification of the day here. And shots going up on that blue alliance quite rapidly from AO5 Annex and their alliance partners. Hotwire lining up and trying to do the same. Lots of shots going in from that red alliance, 45 to 21 at the moment. Lots of shots going in also from the human player on that red side of the field. The blue alliance doing the same. And drivers will now step forward and take control, 63 to 39 in favor of that red alliance at the moment. That means the blue alliance is going to have the first opportunity to have continuous shooting on their side of the field. Lights flickering on that red alliance hub, and it now disappears. Hotwire going back to the center of the field and trying to load up their hopper with some fuel. They are now full. They're going to go next to their alliance partners, AO5, and doing a little bit of fuel surfing on that blue side of the field. They do manage to get themselves situated, and a nice parabola of fuel going up and in to that hopper, bringing the blue alliance now ahead of the red alliance, and lots of shots going in early from Swarm. Unfortunately, a lot of those did not count as they made it through too quickly. And another set of shots up and in from C-Tech Robotics. Hopper filling up on that driver station wall, lining up next to the tower, and AO5 has come over to play some defense against the Red Alliance. C-Tech looking fairly unfazed by it, and a pretty big impact with their intake on the trench, and lots of shots going up wildly from the blue side of the field. 2990 Hotwire, lots of fuel going up and in. They managed to go back to the driver station wall and collect their fuel. During week 1, we saw a lot of fuel being left unattended over here, but now by week 4, teams have figured out where all the fuel likes to sit on the field, and flashing lights indicates that it's now the Red Alliance's turn to shoot some fuel. Defense being played once again by AO5 on both C-Tech and Swarm, but looks like C-Tech unfazed. Swarm, nice volley of shots going up and in. Looks like Hotwire managing to not get stuck on the bump on the blue side of the field, and a lot more shots going in now from the C-Tech machine. Pretty aggressive defense now being played by the AO5 machine in its endgame now, which means that both alliances have possession of the hub. Beavertronics trying to grab some fuel from the side of the field, but they've stopped moving now, and lots of fuel going everywhere from the C-Tech machine as they make a pretty big impact with the fuel 198 to 142 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to seal and deal it a little bit farther. Last second shots going in from the Red Alliance. No shots going in from the Blue Alliance at the moment, but Hotwire has something to say about that. And a good couple of shots going in for them. 1 second left, and that's the end of the match. 229 to 148 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Both alliances having achieved the energized RP. We got a thumbs up from our head referee, and we have your final scores. Your winner, the Red Alliance, taking home a final score of 229 to 152. As per usual for this event so far, 4 ranking points being taken home by the winning alliance, 1 ranking point being taken home by the Blue Alliance. Rankings, of course, don't really mean anything at this stage of the competition. They will later on once all the teams have started to play multiple matches. And 161 being scored in teleop in fuel by the Red Alliance to 113 for the Blue Alliance. Big contributor, as well as the autonomous period, where once again Red Alliance scored about double what the Blue Alliance did.
Yeah. All right, moving into qualification match number 5. Let's meet our Red Alliance. Thank you. Starting off, we've got team 5975.
From Portland, Oregon, that's the Beta Blues.
Joining them, we have 749.
From Corvallis, Oregon, that's Control V.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 997.
Also from Corvallis, Oregon, that's Spartan Robotics.
Okay. Over on the blue side, starting off, we've got team 955.
Sensing a theme here from Corvallis, Oregon, it's Control C.
Joining them, we've got team 2471.
From Camas, Washington, it's Team Mean Machine.
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, put your hands together for team 10444.
From Gresham, Oregon, it's Ursa Major.
We got the thumbs up. Let's get into qualification match number 5. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
5th qualification of the day, and you might as well call this the battle for Corvallis, as 3 of the teams here from Corvallis, Oregon. Lots of shots going up and in from Mean Machine, lots of shots going in from Control C. And 8 seconds left here, 66-14 in favor of that Blue Alliance. Another huge volley of shots going in from both teams. Mean Machine looking like they're just a little bit stuck at the end of the autonomous period, though. And now the Red Alliance, of course, having lost the autonomous period, are now going to take control of their hub. And lots of fuel still going in from the Blue Alliance. Huge volley going in from Control C. And over on the other side of the field, Spartan getting a bunch of fuel up and in. 749 crossing the bump, and they line up with a new extendable hopper, and lots of fuel going in for that Corvallis machine, lining up against Spartan, who is also taking some shots into the Red Alliance hub. 50 points now being reached by the Red Alliance, slowly crawling their way back from the autonomous period, and a huge volley of shots going in now from Mean Machine. Red Alliance having figured out that they need to start slowing down the pressure from the Blue Alliance, and the Beta Blues trying to slow them down. 955 Control C getting shoved up against the driver station wall by the Beta Blues and taking them out of commission for a second. Lots of shots going crazily to the side from Control C, and now it is the Red Alliance's turn to shoot up into the hub. Spartan, volley of shots up and in. Control V trying to get their way through the trench, and they line their way up against the wall before returning back to the hub. And it looks like there's a piece of piece of something on the ground from one of the robots on the field. Lots of fuel going up and in now for the Red Alliance. 140 to 215 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Lots of shots up and in from Control C next to Mean Machine, and Beta Blues still being a little bit of a pain in the bumpers for the Blue Alliance, playing some quite good defense. Mean Machine just getting beached on the bump, and they managed to free themselves as the end game buzzer sounds. Almost 300 points from the Blue Alliance at the moment. Will they be able to get that ranking point that has been so elusive for many, many teams? Only 40 points in fuel required now for the Blue Alliance to get that supercharged RP. Will they be able to reach it here at the end of the match? Lots of fuel up against that driver station on the blue side of the field. Will they be able to do it here? Just a couple of fuel left, and they get that ranking point right at the end of the match. 363 to 186 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. We have not seen many of those ranking points so far this season. Thumbs up from our head referee. And we have our final scores. Let's take a look at them. We know the outcome. It's the Blue Alliance. The question is, what is their final score? And 370, your new event high score. 5 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. One of the first times that we've seen that here in the Pacific Northwest. 1 ranking point still being taken home by that Red Alliance. 146 points in fuel scored in teleop, 15 scored in auto. So good buffer on that for them. But 278 scored in teleop by the Blue Alliance and 92 in auto.
Alrighty, moving into qualification match number 6. Let's meet our teams. Whoop. Starting off on the Red Alliance, I've got team 96,000.
From Elkton, Oregon, it's X-Flare Robotics.
Joining them, we got 1540.
From Portland, Oregon, it's the Flaming Chickens.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we got team 2915.
Also from Portland, Oregon, it's Pandemonium.
Over on the blue side, I got team 6696.
From Corbett, Oregon, it's Cardinal Dynamics.
Joining them, I got 1, 2, skip a few, 2930.
From all the way up in Snohomish, Washington, it's the Sonic Squirrels.
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, we got team 8032.
From Seattle, Washington, it's Sasquatch Robotics.
All right, qualification match 6 out of 70. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Sixth qualification match of the day, and huge impacts in the center of the field, and the Flaming Chickens beached on some fuel after their impact with Sasquatch. Sasquatch now lining up with the Blue Alliance hub and lots of fuel going in. Cardinal Dynamics with a full second hopper of fuel and lots of fuel going in for them. Pandemonium against the hub on the red side of the field. And it looks like the Blue Alliance won auto, so they will lose possession of the hub, and X-Flare pushing the Flaming Chickens gracefully off of that fuel in the center of the field. It's now time for the Red Alliance to lock in here and try to make a comeback from their autonomous, which didn't quite go the way that they expected. Sonic Squirrels intake down and trying to shoot some fuel over to the blue side of the field. Looks like Cardinal Dynamics trying to do the same. Lots of stealing going on from the Blue Alliance, trying to starve the Red Alliance so that way they can't score any fuel. And it seems to be working as X-Flare gets just a couple of shots off here as the Blue Alliance now takes possession of the hub. The Flaming Chickens now butting up against the Sasquatch machine and slowing them down from lining up and shooting. Cardinal Dynamics now grabbing all of the fuel up against the driver station and lining up to shoot up into their hub, and it looks like they just got e-stopped. Their robot now sitting motionless on the field. Hopefully they can get themselves back up and running in this match here. And over on the red side of the field, they are now going to try to take this opportunity with one robot down, as Chickens now loading up a bunch of fuel into their robot and launching it up into their hub. Nice shooting while moving from the machine currently on fire. X-Flare trying to line up against the driver station and do the same, and hubs flashing, which means it's time for the Blue Alliance, and lots of pre-shots going in from Cardinal and Sasquatch. Looks like Sonic Squirrels struggling with their intake a little bit. One piece of fuel jammed in one side of their rollers. They're going to have to try to use the other side of their intake and shoot some fuel over to their other alliance. Blue Alliance still ahead of the Red Alliance at the moment, but a much tighter gap between these two than we saw out of the autonomous period. 200 points now being broken by the Blue Alliance, and Flaming Chickens up against their driver station, and they're now shooting a huge volley of fuel up into the hub, and they move rather quickly. They're shooting while moving, not able to quite keep up, but they manage to slow down a little bit and take some shots up into the hub. It's endgame, which means that it is time for both alliances to shoot into their hub, and Flaming Chickens grabbing a bunch more fuel, and they're now closing that score between the two alliances, and that's the end of the match. Might not have been enough for the Red Alliance to be able to make a comeback here. Thumbs up from our head referee, and we have your final scores. Let's throw them up on the big screen. The Blue Alliance, 261 to 213. A lot of that coming down to the autonomous period. 13 scored by the Red Alliance, 44 scored by the Blue Alliance. Part of that from the Flaming Chickens stuck up on a piece of fuel. We've seen them so dominant this season. It looks like having a little bit of an issue in auto, and they just couldn't quite keep up. 195 scored in fuel by the Red Alliance in the teleoperated period. 212 being scored by the Blue Alliance. And once again, both alliances taking home that energized RP, but of course the Blue Alliance taking home 4 ranking points, 3 of those for the win of the match.
Okay. Qualification match number 7. Whoop, whoop. Sorry. Oh, just kidding. I have to go away. I swear I'm ready to introduce the teams, guys. Hold on. All right, Red Alliance. Let's do it. First team we've got on the Red Alliance is team 4662.
That's bite-sized Robotics.
Joining them, we've got none other than 2990.
That's Hotwire.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 2521.
The South Eugene Robotics team. That's CERT.
Over here on the blue side, I've got team 1425.
Error code 0.
Joining them, I've got team 10991.
The Pyobites.
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, please put your hands together for team 4915.
Spartronics.
right, we are ready to go into qualification match number 7. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
10% of the way through our qualifications. An error code, very quick sweep into the center of the field. Spartronics doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Lots of shots going up from both alliances here. Hotwire, whole hopper of shots going up and in. Their alliance partners, Bite Size, lined up against the hub. And it looks like Cert, unfortunately, beached in the center of the field. 91 points for the Blue Alliance, 43 for the Red Alliance, which means that it's the Red Alliance's turn to have continuous shooting on the hub. 2990 lining up and taking some shots ahead of time. It looks like the intake of Bite Size going into the frame perimeter of Spartronics, and a lot of fuel going up over by the scoring table by Spartronics as they get a little bit beached on the red side of the field. Speaking of beached, 25-21 Cert still have a ton of fuel under that belly pan. Will Bite Size be able to free them? They come from a different angle, big impact, but there's still a bunch of fuel underneath, just a whole line under there. And the Blue Alliance taking advantage of this, and all 3 robots lining up to shoot for that Blue Alliance. Currently 154 against 67 for the Red Alliance. Lots more fuel going up and in, and it looks like Cert desperately trying to get off of that fuel still. They've got just one more piece, and a couple pieces just keep going in, and now it's Red Alliance's turn. Hotwire loading up their hub, and it looks like Cert managing to get free finally from the restraint of fuel. And now they line up and shoot a volley of shots up and in. New adjustable hood for them as they line up against the red side of the field, and another volley of shots going up and in alongside Hotwire. And Pyobites make their way over into the neutral zone, pushing as much fuel as they can over towards their Blue Alliance partners. Defense being played by Bite Size Robotics. We've seen a lot of defense being played by them this season. And they're now trying to go and slow down Error Code 0 on the blue side of the field, but they managed to just get stuck on that hub. Error Code retreating to the safety of the tower, where it's a little bit harder for defense bots to push them around. It's now endgame signaled by that audio clip, which means both alliances can now score. Lots of shots going up and in from the Cert machine, 163 to 263 in favor of the Blue Alliance, 100 points separating these two alliances. It's going to be pretty difficult here for the Red Alliance to catch up. But as always, anything can happen in FRC. Error Code 0 lining up against Spartronics. And speaking of Spartronics, lots of shots going way over into the neutral zone for the Blue Alliance robot. In the end of the match here, 270 to 213. Red Alliance able to crawl their way back a little bit. Might not be enough, though. Both alliances getting the energized RP. I'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. Thumbs up from our head referee, and that means we have our final scores. Let's see them up on the big screen. Your winner of the Blue Alliance, 345 to 217. Second highest score that we've seen today. 4 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. Error Code 0 moving their way up into rank number 4 for that Blue Alliance. 1 ranking point being taken home by the Red Alliance. Once again for that energized RP.
All right, great dancing, everybody. I hope you're excited for our next qualification match. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. So we got Team 957.
Swarm!
The Swarm. Joining them, we've got 2471.
Team Mean Machine!
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we got Team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs!
If you're wondering what this hat is for, it's for protection. I almost got hit by one of these. But over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 749.
Control V!
Joining them, we've got 3674.
Feeling lucky today, that's the Cloverbots!
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 9567.
Storm Breakers!
All right, qualification match number 8. Are you ready to start it? I am. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Lots of motion towards the middle of the field. Cloverbots beating out motion from the Swarm Machine. And of course, undefended is Mean Machine. They make their way back towards the center of the field to grab some more fuel. The robot not getting as full as it could be, but they still managed to get another volley of shots up and in. Shots going up and in for the Blue Lions as well, but it's not quite enough. And 100 points, that ranking point, that energized RP already being gained in the autonomous period by the Red Alliance. And of course, now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to shoot into their hub. Lots of shots going up and in for the Cloverbots machine. Control V trying to line up and do the same, but they seem to be up on the bump a little bit. Their shots going a little bit off to the side. Lots of shooting over to the other side of the field from Mean Machine as they're trying to gather as much fuel as they possibly can for when it's their turn to shoot. Pulsing on the hub from the Blue Alliance means it's time to go to the Red Alliance, and Mean Machine already fuel in the air, Swarm fuel in the air, and Flying Hedgehogs also fuel in the air. The entire Red Alliance shooting all at the same time. Mean Machine with another couple of shots up and in. Flying Hedgehogs trying to get the couple of fuel that's in their robot to go into their shooter, and lots of shots good from the Swarm Machine. And Mean Machine, the last couple of shots up and in, and it's now time for Cloverbots to shoot on the blue side of the field. 749 Control V in the center, trying to gather fuel and bring it over to the blue side of the field. Stormbreakers trying to play defense in the center of the field, and lots more fuel going in from both the Cloverbots and Control V. Only a couple of seconds left, 2 seconds, until it is time for the Red Alliance to shoot, and a lot more fuel going in from that Red Alliance. Mean Machine, whole hopper full and gaining, and a huge impact by that Red Alliance. Sounds like Swarm's intake may have taken some damage there. Meanwhile, Flying Hedgehogs currently motionless on the field, but it currently looks like Mean Machine and Swarm able to do this on their own. 260 to now 270 for the Red Alliance coming into the end game period. Blue Alliance is going to have to do a lot if they want to keep up here with that Red Alliance. Mean Machine going over to the blue side of the field and stealing some fuel from that blue side, and they're going to bring it back over to the red side. Shots going up and in from both alliances with only a couple of seconds left, 10 seconds to be exact. Lots more fuel going up and in from Mean Machine. Quite far away from that supercharged RP, but it doesn't seem to matter. End of the match here for that Red Alliance. 319 to 209. 90 points separating these two alliances. Both of them gathering that energized RP, and it's time to see your final scores. Red Alliance, not a huge surprise on that one, but they come away with a final score of 319 to 210. And Mean Machine actually dropping from that match as they got 5 ranking points in their first match, and this putting them on 4 ranking points. 1 ranking point being taken home by the Blue Alliance. Still that energized RP. No supercharge for the Red Alliance, though.
Alrighty, qualification match number 9, I think. Sorry if I'm wrong. Okay, let's meet our Red Alliance. Starting off, we got team 3669.
The Carbon Knights.
Joining them, we have 955.
Control C.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, let's meet our first team. We got team 3636.
That's the Generals.
Joining them, we've got team 5970.
Beavertronics.
And our last team here, we got 9600.
That's X-Flare.
Alrighty, qualification match number 9. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We start qualification number 9 with 3 robots to the center of the field. Control C just beating out X-Flare on the neutral zone, and lots of fuel going in for that Red Alliance. Control C and C-Tech making their way back to the center to grab a second full load, and both of them lining up, and they are good. Lots of shots going up and in. Not a lot of shots going in for the Blue Alliance. Just missing out on the 100-point barrier, the Red Alliance, at the end of the autonomous period, which means it's time to go to the Blue Alliance to have some uninterrupted shooting time. And that audio signal from the 2018 game first power-up signals that it's time for the Blue Alliance to do that. X-Flare lining up with their turret, and they have a couple of shots going up and in, and our FTA, Tim, nailed by a piece of fuel from the neutral zone. Lots of defense being played by the Generals. We've seen their defensive prowess so far this season, and a big impact with Control C now pinned up against the driver station, and they managed to untangle themselves before going back for another couple bites at those 955 bumpers. C-Tech, big volley up and in. Control C, volley up and in. And Carbon Knights in the center of the field, trying to gather as much fuel as possible for their alliance. Flashing on the hubs means it's time for the Blue Alliance. And X-Flare lining up with a full hopper against their hub. A couple of shots going in one at a time, being extra careful to make sure they are precise and in. Control C now over here on the blue side of the field, trying to steal all of the fuel from the Blue Alliance. They now have a full hopper, and they evacuate back to their zone. Beavertronics trying to grab some fuel on their side of the field, and it's now the Red Alliance's turn. Lots of shots up and in. Generals still sticking themselves to those Red Alliance robots, pinning up C-Tech against the edge of the field. Control C was left undefended for a second, but it's now not true. Generals up against them, and it seems like Generals may have hit C-Tech hard enough that they are no longer active. That RSL on the C-Tech machine currently not active. It is back now. Will they be able to get up and running again in the last couple seconds of the match here? 200 points now being broken by the Red Alliance, 68 by the Blue Alliance. This match is looking fairly sealed and dealed for the Red Alliance at the moment, even though they are currently one robot down. Control C struggling a little bit to grab the fuel behind the tower, and they get a last couple of shots up and in, shooting on the move without a turret. And looks like Generals and Beavertronics trying to get a couple of shots up and in at the end of the match. 235 to 75, your preliminary scores after the end of the match buzzer. Currently waiting on your final scores. We'll have those to you in just a moment. We have your final score on the big screen. The winner of the Red Alliance, taking home a final score of 237 to 76. Not a huge surprise there, but 4 ranking points being taken home by the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, unfortunately, not taking home any ranking points. Control C dropping down to rank number 3. Assume this pushes Mean Machine back up into rank number 2. 136 being scored in teleop in fuel by that Red Alliance. Probably would have been a lot higher except for Generals playing some absolutely fabulous defense on that red side of the field. 58 points being scored by the Blue Alliance in teleoperated period in fuel, and 8 in auto.
Alrighty, let's start our next qualification match. And let's start over here on the Red Alliance. Starting out, we got team 2550.
That's Skynet.
Joining them, we've got 1044.
Your current new rank #1, it's Ursa Major.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we got team 2915.
Pandemonium.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 5975.
The Beta Blues.
Joining them, we've got 2733.
Oink, oink, squeak, squeak. That's the Pig Mice.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, please welcome 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
Alrighty, we are ready to go for qualification match number 10. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin qualification number 10 with no teams making their way out to the neutral zone. We don't see that very often these days. Lots of shots going up and in for the Red Alliance by their human players, and motion by the Lake Monsters machine over on the blue side of the field. 1, 2, extra fuel going in for the Blue Alliance. Really low-scoring auto here, 16-10 in favor of the Red Alliance, which means the Red Alliance will lose possession in just a couple seconds of their hub. Lake Monsters now out in the neutral zone, and they are being joined by Pandemonium to gather as much fuel as they can and bring it all back to their respective alliances. Looks like on the blue side of the field, Pandemonium lines up with their alliance partners, Beta Blues, and a couple of shots going up and in for the Pig Mice. Beta Blues with a couple more fuel in their robot, and they slide it back to their human players. Have a chance to shoot into the hub, except for the fact that the Blue Alliance no longer has possession of their hub. So we go over to the Red Alliance. We see Pandemonium lining up with their hub. Skynet, a couple shots up and in. Pandemonium, a couple shots up and in. Ursa Major currently lining up and trying to gather as much fuel as they possibly can. They're in a fairly dangerous area, though. If they get a piece of fuel falling into their robot from the hub, they will get a penalty. But they managed to avoid any. That's now the Blue Alliance's turn to make some shots. Big volley going up and in for the Blue Alliance. That's the Pig Mice. And they're now back in the neutral zone, trying to gather as much fuel as they can. Shots going up and in for the Beta Blues. Shots going up and in for Lake Monsters. And it's now the Red Alliance's turn again. 46-35 in favor of that Red Alliance. It's still a close match between these two alliances, but Pandemonium has something to say about that. They want to extend that lead quite a bit, and a good volley of shots going up and in. Skynet trying to do the same. A couple of shots going wildly over the hub, though. And now the Blue Alliance not currently playing defense on the Red Alliance. They may want to try to slow them down as the as the endgame period ends. It is definitely not autonomous. Human players on the Blue Alliance going absolutely crazy. Lots of shots up and in from them. Red Alliance, looks like Skynet has their climber up. Will they be able to get up off of the ground? Looks like Beta Blues over on the blue side of the field trying to do the same. It looks like Skynet's up in the air. Will Beta Blues be able to match on the blue side of the field? 5 seconds left. Can they get up off the ground? They're just now coming up. Can they do it? Not quite. Their bumper is still on the ground on the blue side of the field. Preliminary scores 70-54 in favor of the Red Alliance. Thumbs up from our head referee, which means that we have your final scores, and let's post them up on that big screen. Red Alliance taking home this win, 80-54. 26-point difference between these two alliances. No energized RP in this match from either alliance, although 3 ranking points being taken home by the Red Alliance. Ursa Major, unfortunately, falling down from their rank number 1 position, but they'll have all competition to try to climb their way back up.
We're waiting for our teams to get set up for qualification match number 11. I'm going to announcements for you all. So good news, this is going to be our last qual match before we break for lunch. I know we're all excited for that. Second reminder, if you are a senior, we're going to be taking a senior photo on the field right before lunch starts. So after this match ends, come hang out over here, and then we'll let you on, and we'll take a wonderful photo of you all to commemorate your final year. And then also, we will return. Matches will start at 2, but any teams that are in qual match number 12, please get your robots on the field 5 minutes before, okay? Does everybody understand? Seems great. All right. Beautiful. Let's meet our teams. Starting out on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Joining them, we've got 2930.
The Sonic Squirrels.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we got Team 2811.
That's the Stormbots.
Over here on the blue side of the field, we've got Team 66-96.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Joining them, we've got 64-65.
Mystic Biscuit.
Our last team, we've got team 44.
Shockwave.
All right, our last qual match before lunch. Let's get ready to rumble. Teams behind the, or drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Last match before lunch, and I know I'm hungry, and so are these robots. Lots of fuel going into the Cardinal machine, but they do have some stuttering happening, and they A-stop their robot before they finish their autonomous routine. Over on the other side of the field, also some strife for the Red Alliance. 2930 Sonic Squirrels beached on some fuel in the center of the field. Their alliance partners will have to free them. And of course, now the Blue Alliance, having won the autonomous period, will now give up possession of their hub to the Red Alliance. Speaking of the Red Alliance, Sonic Squirrel is now freed from their cage of fuel, now looking for what they want to do. Spartan full of fuel and launching their fuel up into their hub. Sonic Squirrels trying to gather some fuel against the guardrail, and Stormbots join them. Their shooter, though, going a little crazy and trying to shoot our photographer, Tom. They do manage to get themselves all figured out. 997 Spartan Robotics, last couple shots before they lose possession, and the Blue Alliance absolutely pounding that hub with fuel. Lots of shots going up and in from all three machines. Shockwave lining up, they're good. Cardinal lining up, they're good. Mystic Biscuit lining up, and they are good. A couple of shots going a little bit to the side for them, and it looks like Spartan trying to play some defense and steal some fuel from that blue side of the field before making their way over underneath the trench to the red side of the field, trying to get some free shots up and in for that Red Alliance, because it is now their turn for the next 22 seconds to shoot into their hub. Looks like Stormbots trying to line up, but a lot of their fuel going wildly off to the side. Cardinal in the neutral zone shooting over to the blue side of the field. Will they be able to get themselves all full of fuel? They do. They return back to the Blue Alliance side, having stolen a bunch of fuel from the Red Alliance and the Stormbots. Lots of fuel going up for that Blue Alliance. And Spartan trying their best to slow down the efforts of that Blue Alliance, specifically paying mind to the turretless bots of Shockwave and Mystic Biscuit. They know that there's not much that they can do to slow down the efforts of Cardinal Dynamics. 257-92 in favor of the Blue Alliance with only 30 seconds left in this match. There's not much time for the Red Alliance to catch up, but they're going to try their best here. Lots of shots going up and in from that Blue Alliance, trying to extend that lead. Lots of shots going up from that Red Alliance as well. 17 seconds left. No one attempting to climb at the moment. Sonic Squirrel is currently getting stuck behind the tower, but will they be able to make their way out from that tower? Lots of shots going up and in from Cardinal Dynamics. Their turret lining up on the Blue Alliance as they gather some fuel right at the end of the match. 340 to 156. The elusive supercharged RP just evading the Blue Alliance. We have a thumbs up, and it is time to look at your final scores. The Blue Alliance. They take home 351 points against 164 for that Red Alliance. Cardinal Dynamics moving their way up into rank number 3. Mystic Biscuit moving up into rank number 5. Both of those are picking positions for tomorrow, but of course there's a lot of qualifications left. Both alliances taking home the energized RP as well. And another reminder, as it's now lunch, seniors, please come down to the field. Our photographer Tom would like to take a picture of all of you together. Seniors, make your way to the field so you can get the senior photo. We'll see you back from lunch. Teams, if you are on the next match, match number 12, we need your robots and drive teams on the field at 1:55. That's 5 minutes before we start our first match at 2 o'clock. Once again, as you make your way down from the stands, seniors, please make your way to the field. We would like to take a picture of you. Seniors, please come to the field.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Before we begin qualification match number 12, we have a quick announcement to make.
Yeah, we've got a couple of announcements here to make before we get into qualification number 12. First one that we have is we would like to remind people to be gracious and professional up in the stands. That means that making sure that everyone has a nice place to sit. We currently are struggling with capacity limitations at this event, so if you see people not finding a place where they can sit, make sure that they can get a nice seat up in the stands. Another announcement that we have is a reminder that there is no flash photography at events. You are more than welcome to take pictures with cameras or phones. Just make sure that that flash is disabled. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Kiri to introduce our teams in qualification number 12.
Thank you. All right, qualification match number 12, starting on the Red Alliance. I got team 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
Joining them, we've got 1359.
I be the Scalawags.
And our last team here, rounding out the Red Alliance, we've got team 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting out strong with team 6831.
A05 NX.
Joining them, we've got 957.
Swarm.
Our last team, rounding out the Blue Alliance, we've got team 2557.
That's the Sodabots.
Qualification match number 12. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are back from lunch. Robots still hungry and eating, though, and a big impact on the Blue Alliance between Swarm and Sodabots. A piece of something came off of the intake of the Swarm machine from that impact. Over on the Red Alliance, lots of shots up and in from the Flaming Chickens. 1359, the Scalawags looked like they wanted to climb, but A stopped their robot before they could do so. And drivers now step forward and take controls, and Chickens already with a full hopper ready to shoot up into that hub. And they pretty quickly get rid of all of the fuel in their robot before returning back to the neutral zone, so that way they can feed their own alliance as much fuel as they possibly can. There's currently a race now with Sodabots, who are over on the red side of the field, trying to steal as much fuel as they can, so that the Red Alliance is starved for fuel when it is their turn. Over on the blue side of the field, no fuel being scored at the moment. AO5 currently beached over by the bump. And lots of shots up and in from Swarm, and it's now time for the Red Alliance, as it is their hub. Lots of fuel in the corner being blocked by the Sodabots machine. It looks like Chickens struggling with their intake a little bit, but they do manage to get that fuel in the robot and their turret lined up with the hub and shooting nicely into it. Sodabots sticking to them like glue, but it's not super effective at the moment, so they switch, they pivot their strategy, and they move over towards these Scalawags. It is now Blue's turn, and there is a red robot parked over there. That's Bite-sized. They're going to try to slow down the cycles of 957 Swarm, but they do seem to be currently out of commission. Their RSL is not turned on at the moment, and they are motionless on the field. Another couple of shots going up and in from the Swarm machine, and it's now time to go back to that Red Alliance, where Chickens are already shooting up a ton of fuel into that hub. Sodabots nicely placing themselves in front of the Chickens, so that way the Chickens are unable to grab the fuel that's in the corner. A current gold mine up against the driver station wall, and Chickens being blocked from accessing it. 1359, the Scalawags trying to play counter defense against the Sodabots as we enter the end game period. Sodabots trying to free their alliance partners, AO5 NX, and they do manage to do so. So AO5 retreats back to the blue side of the field, where they get beached again. We'll see if they can free themselves this time. They can. And 1359, the Scalawags airborne as they have a level 1 climb for 10 additional points to the Red Alliance. 260 to 127. It is pretty slam dunk for this Red Alliance here. Lights flash, which means it is now the end of the match. Preliminary scores 278 to 134 in favor of that Red Alliance. 258 points in fuel being scored by that Red. Both alliances able to reach the energized RP. And we will have your final scores to you in just a moment. Alrighty, we have your final scores. Take a look. It is the Red Alliance. Final score of 313 to 141. Lots of points from that Red Alliance, and a note that there were 30 points of tower awarded to the Red Alliance. This is because a blue robot made contact with the Scalawags while they were airborne and attempting to climb, awarding the Scalawags a level 3 climb for the Red Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home by the Red Alliance, 1 ranking point being taken home by the Blue Alliance. 205 in fuel scored by that Red against the Blue Alliance's 107 in the teleoperated period.
Alrighty, g'day everyone. We're getting into qualification match number 13. Starting over here on the Red Alliance. Starting off with 59.75.
That's the Beta Blues.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, we've got team 24.71.
Your current rank number 1, it's Mean Machine.
And crikey, to round us out on the Red Alliance, we've got team 36.69.
That's the Carbon Knights.
Over on the blue side, taking a wander over here, our first team, we've got team 26.35.
That's the Lake Monsters.
Joining them, got none other than 36.36.
The Generals.
And last but not least, over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 25.21.
That's Cert.
All right, we're going to count down qualification match number 13. And drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
12 qualifications underway on our 13th now, and Mean Machine absolutely stuffed with fuel and returning back to their side of the field. CERT on the other side of the field having launched all of their hopper up and into the hub, and Mean Machine back for seconds. They are now full once again, and they return back to where their alliance partners are and shoot another volley up and in. Currently, end of the autonomous period, and Beta Blues comes back to life, moving back to the center of the field to grab a couple more pieces of fuel and actually bring them over towards the side of the field, where now the Generals going to play defense on the Red Alliance and making a huge impact with the Mean Machine robot. Pushes a ton of fuel over towards that Red Alliance. Probably not what they intended to do, and Mean Machine trying to return some of that fuel back to the Red Alliance as well. Lake Monsters, a couple pieces of fuel up in the air. CERT over on the blue side of the field, shoving a bunch of fuel to their human players. And it is now the Red Alliance's turn. Carbon Knights looking like they are trying to line up with the hub. And Mean Machine, a whole volley of shots missing into the center of the field. Looks like their auto aim maybe currently not working. We'll see if they can get that back and working. A big impact from the Generals on multiple parts of the field before swerving back to the center. It is now the Blue Alliance's turn. 82-42, 40-point difference between these two alliances, currently in favor of that Red Alliance. CERT having something to say about that, trying to feed their human players as much fuel as possible so that way they can throw it all up and into the hub. CERT potentially not having a part of their robot functional. And it is now the Red Alliance's turn. Mean Machine getting defended very heavily by the General's machine, and lots of shots going up and in from the human players. That's the one thing you can't defend in this game are the human players. And they make contact with 2471 Team Mean Machine, who's currently looking to try to get some fuel into that robot. That hopper's looking rather empty, and a huge hit on their intake onto the tower after being shoved by the Generals. And a fairly large grinding noise coming from the Mean Machine robot, which you probably can't hear in the stands, but we can hear down here. It is now the end game. And lots of shots going up and in. Very consistent shots from the Lake Monsters machine. And more fuel going up and in from the human players fed by the CERT's robot. 8 seconds left, and it was very close scores at the moment. 100-102. It is anyone's game. It's going to come down to the human players at the end of the match. Last couple shots going in for the Blue Alliance. And they push themselves up above the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance just managing to hit that RP, that energized RP. We've got thumbs up and final scores. Let's take a look at the big screen. Blue Alliance 107-102 in favor of that Blue Alliance. That swings rankings like crazy. Mean Machine dropping 10 spots down to rank number 11, and all three Blue Alliance robots pushing themselves up into higher ranks. 4 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. 85 points in teleop for fuel for that Blue Alliance, as opposed to 39 for that Red Alliance. This is switched in auto, though. 58 points in autonomous being scored by the Red Alliance, 22 by Blue. Difference in teleop coming down a lot to defense.
Okay, everyone. Moving into qualification match number 14. Making my way over the field right now. Pretty excited for this one. Let's start out, as always, on the Red Alliance. We're starting with team 5970.
That's Beavertronics.
All right, joining them, we've got 2811.
That's the Stormbots.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got team 44.
Shockwave.
Over on the blue side, starting out with 5 digits over here, we got team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Joining them, we've got 9567.
That's the Stormbreakers.
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
Qualification match number 14. We're ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 14 underway. And this one is a little bit of the battle of Skyview. Of course, Stormbots versus Stormbreakers on the field. Lots of shots going up for that Red Alliance. Not as many going up for the Blue Alliance, but the human players sinking a couple of them in. And Shockwave returns back to the red side of the field to get another volley of shots in, and only one fuel goes in. 34-13 in favor of the Red Alliance. Your score coming out of Teleop, which means that the Blue Alliance will have the first access to their hub. Stormbreakers currently stuck on some fuel in the center of the field. Stormbots full of fuel in the center as well, and some shots going up and in for the Flying Hedgehogs machine. Stormbots has emptied their whole hopper over towards the red side of the field. The piece of fuel goes crazy off the edge. The blue side of the field, not a lot happening over there at the moment. Looks like 5970 Beavertronics trying to feed the Red Alliance as much fuel as possible. And Shockwave, some nice pre-shots going up and in. Stormbots seem to have gotten their auto-aim all figured out, and they have a good couple of shots going up and in alongside their alliance partners. Beavertronics, of course, is still feeding them a ton of fuel, and lots of fuel going crazy high over here by the scoring table. More shots going up and in for Shockwave. And their alliance partners, Stormbots, trying to grab as much fuel as they possibly can on the side of the field. And Shockwave seems to have beached themselves in the neutral zone. We'll see if their alliance partners can do anything about that. It looks like Beavertronics over on the blue side of the field, not playing defense, but stealing instead. They actually decide to go up to the Flying Hedgehogs machine, try to make them fly. Flying Hedgehogs, though, quite static to the ground at the moment. And Stormbreakers, a couple volley of shots up and just over the hub at the moment. Now we're 152-35, over 100 points separating these two alliances. This Blue Alliance is going to have to work extra hard if they would like to catch up to the Red Alliance. Lots of shots going up and in for that Red Alliance. Stormbots grabbing as much fuel as they possibly can from the corner. Shockwave doing the same, and now both robots are lined up with that hub, trying to get as much fuel in as they can. There's a lot of fuel in the neutral zone at the moment, and both Red Alliance robots return to that neutral zone right at the end of the main teleop period. We're now in the last 30 seconds of the match, which means it's endgame. And it looks like Beavertronics currently disabled on the blue side of the field. We'll see if they can regain control of their robot. Red Alliance trying to lock in a win here. 230 to 41. It's pretty sealed and dealed with only 5 seconds left in the match. A couple of last shots going up for the Stormbreakers. And the buzzer signals the end of the match. 237 to 43 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Get to your final scores in just a moment here. Thumbs up. So we have your final scores up on the big screen. Let's take a look. The Red Alliance. Not a huge shock on that one. 242 to 43, your final score. And 4 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Unfortunately, no ranking points being taken home by the Blue Alliance. This will drop all of the teams on that side quite a bit in the rankings. The Red Alliance, of course, happy with a couple of positions gained for themselves.
Alrighty, qualification match number 15. Let's start out on our Red Alliance. Starting with team number 10991.
That's the Pyobites.
Joining them, we've got 2730.
That's the Pigmice.
Team here on Red Alliance. Team 2930.
That's the Sonic Squirrels.
Over on the blue side, if I can make my way over there safely. Okay. Starting out, we got them in pink. We got team 749.
Control V.
Joining them, we've got 1425.
Error code 0.
And our last team rounding out the Blue Alliance, we've got team 1359.
I think that might be the Scalawags.
Qualification match number 15. We are on our way. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Number 15 of qualification matches, and here we go. An error code making now their new signature auto very, very quickly into the center of the field, and their whole hopper's already been scored. Over on the red side of the field, looks like Sonic Squirrels trying their best to gather as much fuel as they can, but a lot of that fuel already gone from error code, taking it. And error code scores another hopper for that Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, of course, winning auto, so they are going to lose possession of the hub to that Red Alliance. Sonic Squirrels shooting up some shots into the Red Alliance hub. And the Pig Mice machine currently beached on fuel underneath the exit of the Red Alliance hub. Will their alliance partners be able to free them? Looks like Pyobite's trying to do so at the moment, but there's a lot of fuel stuck under that robot. 749, Control V, intake out, and they're going to try to grab some fuel from the neutral zone alongside their alliance partners. And they push a bunch of fuel over to the blue side of the field, and now it's Blue's turn to shoot. 1425, error code 0. Lots of fuel up and in the hopper, and they grab a bunch more fuel from the corner of the field. Pig Mice trying to defend error code, but a lot of those shots going in anyways. And Control V lining up, and it's some good shots up and in for them as well as they butt up against the hub. And now those flashing lights indicate it is Red Alliance's turn, specifically Pyobites and Sonic Squirrels currently lined up and shooting. And now they go back to their driver station wall where all that fuel is gathered. They're going to try to score that all before they lose possession of the hub in 8 seconds. More shots up and in for that Red Alliance. But Sonic Squirrels seem like they're potentially having some issues controlling the intakes on that robot. It's now the Blue Alliance's turn. Control V currently with a bunch of fuel underneath their robot. Will they be able to free themselves here? Their alliance partners, Scalawags, going over towards the neutral zone and going to try to push some fuel back to their alliance partners. Pig Mice on the blue side of the field. Looks like they came over to play some defense. I'm not sure how well that's working out. They're currently not moving. We'll see if they can regain control of their robot in just a second here. 23 seconds left in this match. We're now in the end game, 172 to 82. Almost 100 points separating these two alliances. And now error code 0 making that even closer. Their alliance partners, the Scalawags, currently up in the air. Will the Blue Alliance, or Red Alliance, be able to match any of those climbs? The lights flash, which means it is just about the end of the match. And there it is. Preliminary scores 196 to 107 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Both alliances having gained the energized RP. We'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. We have a thumbs up, which means we have final scores. Let's take a look at them. Blue Alliance. Final score of 207 to 112. 4 ranking points for that Red Alliance. Error code 0 holding themselves ranked number 4 up in the picking positions. On the red side of the field, 88 points fuel in Teleop, 128 for the Blue Alliance. This story is matched in autonomous period where 64 points for that Blue Alliance in fuel versus 19 for the red.
let's meet our teams for qualification match number 16. Starting on the Red Alliance, we've got team 3674.
That's the Cloverbots.
Joining them, we've got 4915.
Spartronics.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, I got team 9600.
That's X-Flare Robotics.
Over on the blue side, we've got team 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
Joining them, we've got 6831.
That's A05 NX.
And our final team here on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 2550.
Skynet.
Qualification match number 16. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We began this match with a race on the audience side from both alliances to get fuel. Very little contact made despite being right next to each other between C-Tech and Cloverbots. Both alliances absolutely dumping fuel into the hub. 32-30 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. But the Red Alliance putting a robot up in the air. That's 36-74, the Cloverbots. And 54-37 in favor of that Red Alliance means that the Red Alliance will lose the possession here in a second. And a big impact from the Spartronics machine as their turret gets caught on the trench. They do manage to get themselves all sorted out and return back to the neutral zone. Fill their robot with a bunch of fuel. They line up to shoot, but it's not their time. Blue Alliance currently has possession of the hub and a lot of shots going up and in from both C-Tech and your event hosts, Skynet. More shots going up and in from the C-Tech machine. And Cloverbots makes a quick dash to the blue side of the field to steal a bunch of fuel so that the Blue Alliance has less fuel to score. And a ton of fuel piled up in the corner of the field at the moment. It was like Cloverbots currently lined up and shooting as much as they possibly can. X-Flare trying to fill that hopper. They have a turret on that robot, so they're going to try to intake at a different angle than they shoot at. And it is now time for the Blue Alliance, and they are absolutely pummeling that hub at the moment with fuel. Some shots going up and in for 2550 Skynet, and C-Tech with a full hopper for themselves. Line up, hood up, and they are shooting. It is 38-28 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. It's real back and forth between these two alliances. X-Flare a couple of shots ahead of time, and now we have some volleys going up for the Cloverbots machine. They feel lucky, and they're going to go for all of the fuel in the corner of the field by their driver station. A big piece of polycarb comes off of the Cloverbots machine. Looks like it was the part of the robot that was hanging on the top, keeping them from getting penalties. Not sure if they're going to need that for the match, but they don't seem to really mind that much. They go and they continue to shoot. Looks like A05 NX having a little bit of a time riding up on the X-Flare machine, and in that buzzer means that it's the end game. 215-144 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Much bigger score differential than we had earlier, and it looks like there's a intake roller on the C-Tech machine that's hanging sideways. Hopefully they'll be able to get that fixed here. And it looks like Skynet up in the air, Spartronics up in the air. We have a double climb, one from each alliance, and just not quite enough time for the Cloverbots to get up off of the ground for the Red Alliance. 248-151 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Oh, I got the hiccups apparently. We also have our final scores. And your winner, the Red Alliance. 259 to 162 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home by them. Cloverbots moving their way up, as well as Spartronics. Spartronics now in rank number 5. That's a picking position. And of course, both alliances receiving 10 tower points at the end of the match. 15 points in tower being taken by the Red Alliance right at the start for the Cloverbots during the Autonomous.
All right. I keep forgetting what number we're on, but I think we're on 17. 17. Okay, Red Alliance for qualification match number 17. Starting out, we got team 2915.
That's Pandemonium.
Joining them, we've got 8032.
Sasquatch Robotics.
And our last team on the Red Alliance, we got team 955.
New rank number 1, that's Control C.
Let's make our way over to the Blue Alliance. Starting out, we got team 2990.
That's Hotwire.
I did not almost trip there. But our next team over here on the Blue Alliance is going to be 997.
Spartan Robotics.
And our final team, put your hands together for team 6465.
That's Mystic Biscuit.
Qualification match number 17. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots in autonomous moving towards the center of the field, and 955 control C, and they seem to have made impact with 2990 Hotwire. Both robots appear to have hit each other and are A-stopped in the autonomous period. 26 to 29 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Means Blue Alliance will lose possession. Sorry, I got that backwards? I guess I got it back. Yeah. I don't know how that worked. I don't know why the Blue Alliance didn't lose possession there. The Blue Alliance now has continued continued fuel shooting. And 955 control C in the center of the field, passing as much fuel as they possibly can over to their side of the field, cycling it through the trenches and pushing giant bunches of fuel all at once. On the other side of the field, Pandemonium doing the same. And now Sasquatch returning to the red side of the field. All 3 red robots lining up and shooting ahead of time so that way they can dump a bunch of fuel into that hub. 82 to 116. Will the Red Alliance be able to come back here from being currently down by the Blue Alliance? And they now surpass that Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance Hotwire full of fuel and headed over towards the red side of the field, maybe try to steal some more. Currently defense being played by the Mystic Biscuit machine on control C, but they've got that shooting on the move working. And now it's time for the Blue Alliance to shoot. Looks like the Sasquatch machine trying to slow down the cycles of the Blue Alliance. 2990 Hotwire shooting up into the hub, currently undefended. Sasquatch didn't budge, though. They were waiting for Mystic Biscuit. They knew who their target was. Now Mystic Biscuit, though, undefended, and they are going to shoot up into the hub. They do so successfully, and now they return back to the neutral zone. Lots of fuel going up for the Red Alliance. It's a fairly close match here, but the Red Alliance now pushing themselves up ahead of the Blue Alliance and about to surpass the 200-point mark. Lots of defense being played over on that red side of the field. Mystic Biscuit going to try to slow down Sasquatch. Control C impacting the Mystic Biscuit robot. But all 3 red robots looking at shooting as much as they can as we enter the end game period. Red Alliance up on the Blue Alliance, but only by just a couple of points here. This is going to be a really close match here at the end. Will the Blue Alliance be able to put up a couple of volleys of shots? Hotwire sure does. Will the Red Alliance be able to do the same? Yes, they do, and they're now stretching their lead a little bit over that Blue Alliance. 7 seconds left. Lots of shots now going up for both alliances. Will the Blue Alliance be able to pull their way back? 300 points being met by the Red Alliance, and that's the end of the match. Quite a close match for the entire duration, right up until the end. 309 to 269 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Thumbs up. We have your final scores. Let's take a look. Here's 17, and that is the Red Alliance. 315 to 273 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home. Control C holding themselves rank number 1 here at Clackamas. And of course, Sasquatch moving their way up into rank number 3. Both of those high picking positions. Speaking of picking positions, Mystic Biscuit down to rank number 7. Of course, still a great position for them. 1 ranking point being taken home by that Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, moving into qualification match number 18. We're starting on the Red Alliance with team 2557.
Oh, yep, that's the Sodabots.
Joining them, we've got 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
As we make our way to the Blue Alliance, we're in for a treat. It's team 2521.
South Eugene Robotics team, that's CERT.
Joining them, we've got 5975.
That's the Beta Blues.
And last but not least, we've got team 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
Qualification match number 18. Are you guys ready? All right, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
18th match of the day, a race in the center of the field with all 4 robots. Chickens first to shoot for the Blue Alliance. Mean Machine first to shoot for the Red Alliance, and a ton of fuel going up and in for that red, and they're up quite a bit already on the Blue Alliance. Chickens trying to hold themselves up here with a volley of shots, but will their Alliance partners be able to help them? Not quite at the end of the autonomous period. And it is now time for the Red Alliance to say goodbye to their hub, as we see it pulsing with white lights, and now it's flashing, which means that it is time for the Blue Alliance to shoot. 25-21, CERT lining up and shooting all of their robots worth of fuel up into the hub. Chickens doing the same and gathering as much as they can from the Alliance station wall. Cardinal Dynamics say, nope, I don't think you should have that, and they grab that fuel from the Flaming Chickens. Of course, the Flaming Chickens and Cardinal Dynamics, bird partners in crime from Wilsonville. Your event winners now against each other here, and now Cardinal Dynamics can shoot up into their hub, and a lot of fuel going in for that Red Alliance. Mean Machine and Cardinal Dynamics both absolutely pummeling that hub. Tons of fuel in, and Chickens don't like that. They're going to come and steal as much fuel as they can from that Red Alliance and now play defense against Mean Machine before returning back to their side. And the Blue Alliance not quite ready to shoot. Lots of fuel coming over here by the scoring table, and defense being played by the Flaming Chickens, who are also trying to shoot into their hub. 161 to 175 now in favor of the Blue Alliance, and they continue to shoot, the Flaming Chickens and CERT up against their Alliance station wall, and now it's the Reds' turn. 172 to 202. Will they be able to catch up to the Blue Alliance? Yes, they do. They now surpass the Blue Alliance, and they're now in the lead of the match. with 43 seconds left. At the end of this period, it will be time for endgame, which means both alliances will be able to shoot. Red Alliance, of course, with the advantage at the moment. Lots of shots up and in from both Mean Machine and Cardinal. Sodabots joining them and doing the same, and that buzzer means that it's endgame. Very high-scoring match at the moment. Almost 300 points for the Red Alliance. Blue Lions trailing behind quite a bit. Will the Chickens be able to bring it up? It looks like Beta Blues with a climber extended on that blue side of the field. Will they be able to climb right at the end of the match here? 331 to 297. And Beta Blues, will they be able to get it here with 5 seconds left? They try to line it up. And now the scores are much closer. Will they be able to get it? Not quite. And a pretty big upset here if that score stands. Very, very exciting match. Both alliances over 300 points. And it looks like Red Alliance just missing out on the supercharged RP. Let's take a look at those final scores, though. Your winners, the Red Alliance. And a new event high score of 372 to 334. 5 ranking points. Supercharged RP, sorry, not supercharged RP. Lots of fuel being scored by both alliances. 293 to 281 in favor of the Red Alliance and the tally op for fuel. And of course, Cardinal Dynamics moving their way up, and they've now stolen Control C's spot as ranked number 1 up at the top of the screen. And Mean Machine holding themselves ranked number 6. Flaming Chickens, big story here on this one. Currently ranked number 2 in the district. Not able to take home that match. We'll see if they can pull it back later here.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 19. Starting out here, we got team 2930.
That's the Sonic Squirrels.
Joining them, we've got 3669.
The Carbon Knights.
All right, and our final team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 9567.
That's the Storm Breakers.
Right. Starting out here with 5 digits on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Joining them, we've got 749.
Control V.
And our final team here on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
Qualification match number 19. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's take a look at the race in the center of the field. It's not much of a race, just C-Tech into the neutral zone before a whole hopper going off and into that hub. Red Alliance trying to do the same with 2930, the Sonic Squirrels. It looks like most of that fuel was just pushed out of the way by C-Tech, who currently is stuck on the trench at the end of the autonomous period, and some last shots going in for the human players. Blue Alliance going to lose possession of that hub as drivers step forward and take control. Carbon Knights with a full hopper of fuel for that Red Alliance are going to turn back and try to shoot that fuel up and in. Sonic Squirrel is currently in the middle of the field trying to pass some fuel over towards the red side of the field. Will the Carbon Knights be able to line up and get those shots up and in? Not sure if they'll be able to do it right now. The robot currently seems to be struggling a little bit, but we'll see if they can figure it out and get themselves all sorted. Sonic Squirrels with a couple of shots in. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn. 749 Control V with a couple of fuel up and in. 48 to 23 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. And now C-Tech lobbing some fuel up into their hub. And their alliance partner, Control V, lining up for yet another cycle of fuel up and into that hub. The neutral zone, Sonic Squirrels trying their best to grab some fuel. It looks like a part of their intake may have come off in the center of the field. There's a little black something. Hopefully that's not too important. And C-Tech, the full fuel steal from that Red Alliance before returning back to the Blue Alliance. Sonic Squirrels, full volley of shots up and in, and the human players on the red side throwing a bunch of fuel in as well. Pre-shots up for C-Tech. Very, very quick from that team there. 115 to 43 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Control V, cycle of shots up and in. C-Tech lining up. Will they be able to do the same again? It looks like they're trying to grab some extra fuel before shooting. They do manage to get most of it up and into that hub. Ursa Major currently in the middle of the field. Will they be able to get that robot moving there? It looks like they might be having some issues. If I'm not mistaken, potentially that part on the field is the casing for a Neo. That could potentially be very bad for one of the robots on the field. And it is now the end game. Lots of shots going up and in for Control V. 170 to 52. Will the Blue Alliance be able to break that 200-point barrier? Will the Red Alliance be able to get the energized RP? 4 seconds left in this match. Not a lot of extra shots going in, but C-Tech with the last couple of them. Not sure if they got indexed, though. 182 to 67 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. I'll have your final scores to you in just a moment here. Let's take a look at those final scores up on the screen. There's the Blue Alliance. 188 to 72, your final score. 4 ranking points for that Red Alliance. Unfortunately for the Red Alliance, no ranking points for them. I'll have to come back later and try again. C-Tech up into rank number 7. That is a picking position, of course. 149 in fuel for the Blue Alliance. Scored in Teleop against Red Alliance is 53. 34 in auto against the Red Alliance is 19.
Okay. I forgot the number. Hold on. Qualification match number 20. Let's meet our teams. Starting here on the Red Alliance. You can tell they're red because they're in red. It's team 8032.
Sasquatch Robotics.
Joining, got 4915.
Spartronics.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 6831.
A05 NX.
Walking over here to the blue side. We're starting off with our team in blue. It's team 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Joining them, we've got 955.
Control C.
Our final team here on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 3674.
That's the Cloverbots.
Qualification match number 20. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Currently 2/7 of the way done with our qualification matches, which doesn't mean a lot other than we've got a long way to go in our qualifications, but a lot of shots going up and in for the Spartronics machine, a lot of shots going in for Sasquatch. Will the Blue Alliance be able to do some of their own? And they've managed to climb with the Cloverbots machine. And looks like we are 58-27. Sorry, there we go. Now's the score. 58-31 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. And AO5 doing some ballerina work in the middle of the field. Lots of shots going over to the red side of the field for Spartronics. Control C over on the red side, trying to push as much fuel as they possibly can towards the blue side as the Red Alliance gains possession of their hub. And they do manage to, over on the red side, looks like a lot of defense being played by 997. Spartan Robotics playing it on Spartronics. Now Sasquatch has joined on that red side, lining up, able to throw some fuel up into that hub. Looks like Spartronics struggling to intake any more fuel, but they do manage to get the last couple of shots off, and now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to make some scores. Cloverbots, full hopper, lining up against the tower. Will they be able to get some shots up and in? Yes, they do, even under defense. And Spartan Robotics swerving around, trying to grab some fuel. They push some through to their human players. Will they be able to get any in their robot? Doesn't look like that's the case at the moment. 102-89 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Still pretty close, despite not many blue robots scoring at the moment, mostly human players. Lots of shots up and in for Spartronics, although they're getting defended pretty heavily by all three of the Blue Alliance robots. Sasquatch, couple shots up, but they're hit by Control C, causing chaos on the red side of the field. Now it's the end game, which means both alliances have access to their hub. 30 points separate these two alliances. And Cloverbots full hopper on the blue side of the field. They're going to lob them all up into that hub. Couple shots up and in for the Red Alliance, but they're getting defended pretty heavily over there. 10 seconds left, 20 points separate these two alliances, and a lot of shots going up and in from the Cloverbots. A lot of shots going up and missing for the Red Alliance. Will the Blue Alliance be able to crawl their way back here? Not quite at the end of the match. 167 to 152 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Thumbs up, we have your final scores. Let's take a look. The Red Alliance, 171 to 161, 10 points separating these two alliances. Sasquatch holding themselves in rank number 3. Spartronics moving up into rank number 4. Over on the blue side, Control C falling down to rank number 6. Only 1 ranking point being taken home by the Blue Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance.
Okie dokie. Qualification match number 21. We got about 10 more left until we have our break. So, do it. Starting off, we've got on the Red Alliance 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Joining them, we've got 2733.
That's the Pigmice.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got Team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
Over on the blue side, we've got Team 10991.
That's the Pyobites.
Joining them, we've got 2811.
The Stormbots.
Our last team here on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 957.
Swarm.
Qualification match number 21. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin this match with Cardinal Dynamics pushing Swarm out of the way in the autonomous period. And a big impact from the Stormbots. They stopped their robot pretty quickly, telling me that that was not intentional. And Cardinal Dynamics with another full cycle, going back and launching some fuel up into the hub. Preliminary scores in auto 61-33 in favor of the Red Alliance, which means it's time for the Blue Alliance to shoot Stormbots, taking advantage of that first set of cycles. And now Pigmice over on the blue side of the field with what looks like most of their robot missing, and they are now going to play some defense against the Blue Alliance. Swarm currently being defended by Pigmice, and some big impacts over on the blue side of the field. Other side, it looks like Cardinal with another full hopper lining up alongside their alliance partners, X-Flare, on the red side of the field. And some more fuel being shoved over to the Red Alliance by the Pigmice, up and over the bump, through the trench, and all around. Cardinal with still another full hopper, and a turret very, very happy to send some fuel up into the hub. Lots of points being put up by the Red Alliance, 170 now to 84 in favor of the Red Alliance. And Pigmice now defending against Swarm yet again. Stormbots, couple shots up and in. Pyobites trying to grab some fuel in the corner. Will they be able to line up and get some shots up and into the hub? They do. We'll see if there is a Pigmice machine going to try to push them out of the way. Cardinal Dynamics full of fuel, and they're shooting and moving towards their driver station. Robot still absolutely chocked full of fuel. 148 to 215 in favor of the Blue Alliance, or sorry, the Red Alliance at the moment. Almost 100 points, now 100 points separating these two alliances. Blue Alliance is going to have to work extra hard if they want to catch up here and beat the Red Alliance. Still, massive volleys of shots going up and in from that Red Alliance, and now it is time for the end game. And Cardinal Dynamics shooting a bunch of fuel over into the Red Alliance zone, so they have enough fuel to shoot during the end of the match. And on the blue side of the field, still some defense being played. Swarm, couple shots up and in. Looks like Pyobite's going to line up and try to do the same. Stormbots with another hopper full of fuel, and they now launch that all up and in. Pretty sealed and dealed, though, with 5 seconds left. 360 points to 219 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance just missing out on the supercharged RP. Have your final ranking points in a moment here. Let's take a look at those final scores up on the screen. The Red Alliance, fairly unsurprising, but new high score, 373. And 4 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Holding themselves at rank number 1, Cardinal Dynamics. And on the blue side of the field, only 1 ranking point being taken home. And all 3 robots sliding down the rankings just a little bit. Almost 300 points in fuel in teleop scored by that Red Alliance. 175 for the Blue Alliance. All right, I'm hopping in here for one match. Qualification number 22. Let's meet the teams starting off on the Red Alliance. We have Team 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
And joining them is Team 6465.
Mystic Biscuit from Cascades Academy.
Also on the red side of the field, we have Team 5970.
That's Beavertronics out of Beaverton High School.
Let's make our way over here to the blue side of the field. We have Team 3636.
The Generals.
Joining them in the middle driver station is Team 2915.
That's Team Pandemonium.
And last but certainly not least is Team 4662.
That's Bite-Sized Robotics.
We've got thumbs up on the field. So let's get those drivers behind the lines and let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. And I'm also going to be on game announcer here in Chickens with a full hopper full of fuel and launching up into the hub on the red side of the field. Returning back to the center to grab another cycle and launch it in. Generals now shooting in the autonomous period, and they are moving back towards the back of the Blue Alliance side. And 48-16 in favor of that Red Alliance. Red Alliance, of course, going to lose the possession of their hub. And now, a last volley of shots going up and in for the Chickens, who surf across all the fuel on their side of the field before gracefully landing. I guess Chickens can do that. And 36-36 Generals shooting up and into the hub. Pandemonium doing the same. Bite Size doing the same for that Blue Alliance. And it looks like Beavertronics potentially dead underneath the Blue Alliance hub. They'll probably get a couple penalties for that. Hopefully they can regain control here. And the Chickens now lobbing a ton of fuel up and in. And the Generals are going to stick themselves like glue to the Chickens on the red side of the field and prevent them from getting any more fuel. Lots of grinding noises on this side of the field as these two drivetrains fight each other. And now that flashing indicates that it's the Blue Alliance's turn to shoot. And I see a full hopper for Pandemonium. A couple shots going off to the side of the field. And Generals trying to contribute to the scoring on the blue side. It looks like 59-70 still unfortunately not moving on the neutral zone. Chicken's going to go and steal a full hopper from the Blue Alliance. Bite Size going to go and try to slow down the efforts of that Red Alliance. And now double defense on that Red Alliance. Although it looks like Bite Size currently stuck on the bump. Will they be able to get themselves free? They do. And they're now going to go and gang up on the Red Alliance robots. Lots of shots still going up and in for the Flaming Chickens. Mystic Biscuit trying their best to line up against the defense of the bite-sized machine. And Generals still following around Chickens 181-98 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Good point differential between these two alliances. Blue Alliance is going to have to work extra hard if they would like to catch up here. And the Generals currently beached on the bump on the red side of the field. Their alliance partners managed to free them, though. And Generals right back to that defense that we've been seeing them play all season, really, on the Flaming Chickens. Lights flashing on the field, which means it's time to end the match. 216-125 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Only looks like the Red Alliance was able to get that energized RP. We'll get your final scores to you in just a moment. Let's take a look at the final scores. Oh, I've been told to hold. I was too quick on the draw. Scorekeeper is working diligently to make sure that our scores are correct before we put them up for you. And I have Alliance taking that win 216 to 110 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points for Red. Unfortunately, no ranking points for the Blue Alliance. Mystic Biscuit moving their way up into rank number 7. That is a picking position for them. 158 points in fuel scored against 59 for that Blue Alliance. 99-point difference there. And in the autonomous period, 48 for the Red Alliance against the Blue Alliance's 16.
All right, everyone. Thanks for dancing with us. We have so much time, but let's get into it. Red Alliance, our first team. We've got team 1359.
Aye, there be the Scalawags.
Joining them, we've got 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, we've got team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
We go over to the left. Woo! Starting out on our Blue Alliance, we got team 2990.
Hotwire.
Joining them, we've got 1425.
Error Code 0.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we've got team 2550.
Skynet.
Qualification match number 23, ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
22 matches down. Now on to match number 23 here. An error code with a big surf over the fuel on the center of the field, and they're not able to recover from that, unfortunately. A couple of shots up and away for the Flying Hedgehogs, and it looks like 1359, the Scalawags, just not quite lined up with the tower. And 19-18 in favor of the Red Alliance there, which means that it's the Blue Alliance's turn to have the hub. Shots up and in for 2990 Hotwire. They return back to the center of the field. We'll see if they can free their alliance partner, Error Code 0 here. They can shove them up and over the bump, but they decide to just leave them there. Error Code 0, of course, still waiting for some help. And Hotwire does give it to them. Can they get off and free? Yes, they do. They're turned back to their side of the field where they're going to try to put another cycle up before the end of the blue period there. Lots of fuel going everywhere on the red side of the field from a collision between alliance partners. That's between Flying Hedgehogs and Lake Monsters. All three robots lined up and shooting at the moment there. 2898 Flying Hedgehogs lined up right against the hub. Their alliance partner is going off and collecting more fuel. And a large arc backwards from the Flying Hedgehogs. Looks like Skynet arrives just as the end of the period for the Red Alliance. And now it's time for the Blue Alliance to shoot. Error Code 0, whole shots up and in. 28990 Hotwire doing the same before returning back to the depot to grab some more. Error Code 0 getting through past the defense just as the Red Alliance takes control of their hub. And a lot of shots up and in from the human players. Their alliance partners, all three robots trying to shoot, but 2550 Skynet trying to glue themselves to the bumpers of all three of those robots. Looks like a frame perimeter intrusion from Skynet. They can flip around and use the other side of the robot. That might be a little bit more effective there. Lots of noises coming from the Scalawags machine, and they currently are lined up against that tower. Can they get themselves airborne? Yes, they are. They are up off of the ground at the moment here. Error Code 0, whole volley of shots up and in for the Blue Alliance. And with just 9 seconds left, 185-92. Almost 100 points between these two alliances. At this point, the Blue Alliance just trying to extend their lead that they have. Blue Alliance looking like they got the energized RP rather comfortably. Red Alliance a bit away from that, but will it come through in the final scores? We'll find out here. Thumbs up, which means that we have final scores for this match. Let's take a look. Blue Alliance 227 to 104. in favor of that Blue Alliance. 4 ranking points from that Blue Alliance. And error code 0, of course, holding themselves rank number 2 at the moment. Almost 200 points in fuel during the teleoperated period by the Blue Alliance. 65 from the Red Alliance, and only 1 point separating these two alliances in the autonomous period. 19 to 18, of course, as error code 0 got beached, but they were freed by their alliance partners.
Alrighty, qualification match number 24. We're gonna start out here on the Red Alliance as per usual. Put your hands together for team 44.
That's Shockwave.
Joining them, we've got 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we got team 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
All right, over on the blue side, can I get an oh, yup? It's team 2557.
The Soda Bots.
Joining them, I've got 10991.
The Pio Bites.
And rounding out our blue alliance, we've got team 5975.
The Beta Blues.
All right, qualification match number 24. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
A little over a third of the way through our qualification matches, and the Red Alliance eating away at their fuel supply in the center of the field. Lots of shots going in for C-Tech. Lots of shots going in for Shockwave. X-Flare currently not moving on the red side of the field. And on the blue side, Pyobites lining up and shooting a couple of fuel up into their hub. Only 2 of them, though, and their human players do a couple more as well. Red Alliance won the autonomous, so the Blue Alliance will gain first possession of the hub. And Pyobites trying to line up, and they shoot a piece of fuel quite wildly off to the center of the field. Sodabots shooting their whole hopper, but not a lot of it goes in. We'll see if they can return back and try again. And over on the red side of the field, lots of fuel being thrown over there by the Red Alliance robots, specifically Hotwire, shooting a bunch over and then pushing over into the Red Alliance zone. And C-Tech lines their way through the trench, and now both C-Tech, actually all 3 robots on the Red Alliance, all shooting all at once. Current score is 145, now 150 to 53. 100-point difference between these 2 alliances. Blue Alliance has got some work to do if they want to catch up here. And lots of fuel going in from the C-Tech machine. Now we got some fuel off the side of the field now, and it's the time for the Blue Alliance to shoot, and lots of fuel going up and in from the Sodabots. Pyobites trying to grab as much fuel as they can. They line up, they shoot. A lot of that goes in. A lot of good shots, and the Beta Blues in the center of the field just narrowly avoid fuel falling into their robot, and they go to push some fuel through the trench to their alliance partners. And now the Red Alliance pre-shooting almost 250 points to 92. This match is a pretty sealed and dealed match here. Lots more shots going in for them, and 10 seconds left before we end up in the end game, in which both alliances will be able to shoot here. Will the Blue Alliance be able to get that supercharged RP as the endgame buzzer sounds? Shockwave in the middle of the field, filling their robot with fuel. C-Tech and X-Flare shooting on that red side of the field. And over on the blue, lots of shots going up from Pyobites. Not a lot of them going in, though, unfortunately. And will the Red Alliance be able to do it? Yes, they do. They've got that supercharged RP for the 3rd time this event. 2 seconds left. 1. And that is the end of the match. Preliminary scores, 381 to 122. Fortunately, looks like Beta Blues not quite able to get up off of the ground, but they did manage to get that energized RP. We'll wait for your final scores here. We got a thumbs up. Let's take a look. Nope. They're having us hold it. Look now for the Red Alliance. A new event high score, 396 to 124, almost 400 points, and 5 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Rank number 7 now occupied by that black and yellow and orange and red machine of Shockwave. And 327 points in fuel scored by that Red Alliance in Teleop. 82 being scored by the Blue Alliance in Teleop. Same story with the autonomous, 69 to 32 in favor of the red.
let's go ahead and continue to qualification match number 25. All right. Starting on the Red Alliance, we're starting with Team 5970.
Beavertronics.
Next to them, we've got Team 2521.
That's Cert.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we got Team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Over on the blue side, I've got Team 955.
Control C.
Joining them, I've got 2930.
Sonic Squirrels.
And finally, I got Team 6465.
Mystic Biscuit.
All right, we are ready to head into qualification match number 25. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Quick movement from the Control C machine over on the blue side of the field. Cert on the red side doing the same. Lots of shots going up and in for both alliances here. And 2930 moving over the bump into the blue zone. Will they be able to do a couple more? Currently, Blue Alliance up in the autonomous period, and it seems like it will stick that way. And so they will lose possession of their hub as soon as these couple of seconds are up here. Blue Alliance going to start working on getting a couple last shots in before cycling some fuel over to their side of the field. Cert lining up, trying to get the fuel in their robot up into the hub. Ursa Major currently static in front of the hub on the red side of the field. Cert lining up, trying to grab some fuel next to their driver station. They are successful in that before returning back to light up that hub with fuel. And Beavertronics with a couple of shots up and away over to their side of the field before the Blue Alliance takes possession of the hub. Lots of shots up and in from Control C, getting defended pretty heavily here by Beavertronics. And 64-65, Mystic Biscuit back in the center of the field. They're going to go try to fill themselves up with fuel, return back to aid their alliance partners. But Beavertronics now on them. They're going to slow them down, trying to reduce the scoring potential of that Red Alliance. Currently, though, a pretty big gap between these scores. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn to shoot. Control C over on the red side of the field, trying to steal some fuel and bring it back to their side. Going to slide along the wall and bring it all through that trench. Speaking of stealing, 2930, Sonic Squirrels over on that red side, trying to do the same for crossing over that bump and shooting it over to the blue side of the field. They got to be careful, though. If any of those go in, it will be a penalty. And lots of shots up from the 955 machine. Looks like a couple of them went astray, though. They get defended pretty heavily once again, but a good couple of shots going in. 64-65, Mystic Biscuit trying to get themselves some clear air, but Beavertronics, huge impact. And it looks like their intake completely shattering and going all over the Blue Alliance side of the field. That intake is going to be flopping rather heavily around. 151-48 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Last couple shots going up for Cert. And the Blue Alliance, Mystic Biscuit trying to get some shots up and in here. Control C, looks like they've gotten themselves beached on some fuel right at the end of the match here. 162-62 in favor of the Blue Alliance are your preliminary scores. And we've got thumbs up. Let's get your final scores up on the big screen. Winner of the Blue Alliance. 162-67 in favor of that Blue Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home by Blue. 64-65, Mystic Biscuit holding themselves ranked 9, just below the picking positions, but we'll see if they can work their way up later. 955, Control C up into rank number 5. Lots of points being scored, although not as many as could be scored. A lot of good defense that we saw in that match. 109 in Fuel and Teleop from the Blue Alliance against 38 for the Red.
Okay, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 26. Starting over here on the Red Alliance, I got team 36.
That's the Generals.
Joining them, I've got 95-67.
The Stormbreakers.
And finally, rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got team 68-31.
A05 Annex.
Let's meet our teams on the Blue Alliance. Starting off here, we've got 46-62.
Bite-sized Robotics.
Joining them, we've got 26-35.
The Lake Monsters.
And finally, we've got team 66-96.
Rank number 1, it's Cardinal Dynamics.
Looks like we're ready to go for qualification match number 26. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin this match with Generals uncharacteristically getting caught on the trench. And also getting caught on the trench is Cardinal Dynamics. 1 robot, each alliance unable to get into the neutral zone. And some shots going in from the human players on both sides. Lake Monsters getting a couple of shots up and in. And 19 to 18 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We know you can't see that at the moment. Now you can see it. And so the Blue Alliance will lose possession of that hub here. And some shots going in from the Generals before they work their way back towards the middle of the field. It looks like AO5 Annex having beached themselves on some fuel. We'll see if their alliance partners can free them here. Stormbreakers look like they're trying to make their way over, and they do manage to free their alliance partners there, and some crazy noises coming out of the AO5 Annex machine. Generals, a couple shots up and in on the red side of the field, and now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to score some fuel. 66-96, Cardinal Dynamics going up against the Alliance Station wall and grabbing themselves as much fuel as they possibly can. Lots of fuel going up from their alliance partners as well. Bite-sized Robotics and Lake Monsters. More beaching happening in the center of the field. Stormbreakers, this time getting freed by AO5 Annex. And now it's the Red Alliance's turn. Will the Generals be able to get themselves moving again here? Their RSL is blinking, which means that they are active, but they don't seem to be moving at the moment. And their alliance partners, Stormbreakers, push them through the trench. Now Stormbreakers potentially caught. No, they managed to free themselves here and go back towards the neutral zone. Red Alliance currently looking like they're trying to refigure out what they want to do in this match. Maybe new strategy underway. But some shots going up for the Blue Alliance. Human players throwing some in for themselves, and Cardinal Dynamics, that limelight flashing, and now they are shooting while moving with that turret there. Before returning back to the center of the field, filling themselves full of fuel and returning to their alliance partners. Lake Monsters grabbing some more fuel as the endgame begins. And bite-sized over on the red side of the field. Looks like they're going to try to steal some fuel and play some defense. We've seen this a lot this competition and in this season. Some shots going up and in from the Red Alliance and over the driver station by Stormbreakers. Some more fuel going up and in from Lake Monsters. 145 to 55, a 100-point difference between these two alliances. And with the lights flashing, that indicates that the end of the match is here. 157 to 55, 102 points preliminarily between these two alliances. Get your final scores here in a second. Thumbs up. Let's take a look. Alliance. 158 to 55. Your final score for qualification 26. Cardinal Dynamics holding themselves at a currently dominant rank 1. 4 ranking points for themselves. Unfortunately, no ranking points for the Red Alliance.
All right. Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 27, starting on the Red Alliance, as always. All right, but our first team here, we've got team 2811.
That's the Stormbots.
Joining them, we've got 2557.
Sodabots.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got team 3674.
That's Cloverbots.
Making my way over to the blue side, I am greeted by a friendly face. It's team 2915.
Pandemonium.
Joining them, we've got 2990.
Hotwire.
And rounding out our blue alliance, we've got team 3669.
That's the Carbon Knights.
All right, qualification match number 27. Let's get into it. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin this match with Cloverbots making it to the center of the field first. 2990 Hotwire joining them for the Blue Alliance. A good couple of shots up and in for the Cloverbots on the red side of the field. Will Stormbots be able to join them? And Cloverbots just missing the tower. Unfortunately, a piece of fuel jammed between their frame and the tower. Drivers step forward and take control, and the Blue Alliance scored higher in the autonomous period, which means it's time for the Red Alliance to have their first set of cycles here. And Cloverbots shots up and in, Stormbots shots up and in, Sodabots shot up and in. All three of these Washington teams on that red side of the field. They all also have bots in their name, and they are launching their fuel up into the hub at the moment. 3674, Cloverbots in the middle of the field now, and they are filling up their hopper full of fuel. 2990 Hotwire currently motionless in the neutral zone. Will they be able to get themselves back up and running? We'll find out here. 2915, Pandemonium lining up with their hub. And a couple shots up and in for that Blue Alliance. Lots of fuel going over to the red side of the field, courtesy of the Stormbots. And they return back over the bump with the transition over to the red side of the field. Lots of shots up and in for Clover. Shots up and in for Soda. And a couple of shots up and in for Stormbots. Blue Alliance here trying to gather as much fuel as they possibly can that's being dumped out of the Red Alliance hub. 215 to 70 in favor of that Red Alliance at the moment. Pretty big gap here with 50 seconds remaining. And it is now the Blue Alliance's turn to score. Pandemonium lining up on the blue side of the field. Their alliance partners, Carbon Knights, trying to shoot up and into the hub as well. They make contact with the tower, making a pretty big impact noise. Let's hope that's okay for their robot here. And lots of fuel pummeling the Red Alliance hub as the end game begins here. Lots of shots up and in from all three of those Red Alliance robots. Blue Alliance trying to do the same. Hotwire having come back to life for that Blue Alliance. And 313 and 125 at the moment in favor of that Red Alliance. Lots of fuel up and in for them. Will they be able to push up to that ranking point? Not quite, but close. Preliminary scores 350 to 145. And we have your final scores for you right here. Let's take a look. Red Alliance 358 to 147 are your final scores. 4 ranking points for that Red Alliance, 1 ranking point for the Blue Alliance. All of those Red Alliance robots sliding their way up the rankings.
Okay, people, Macarena break over. But it's time to get into qualification match 28. Starting on the Red Alliance, put your hands together for Team 2733.
That's the Pig Mice.
Joining them, we've got 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we got Team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
Over on the blue side, we've got Team 44.
Shockwave.
Joining them, we've got 4915.
Spartronics.
And rounding out our blue alliance, we've got Team 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Just a reminder, after qual match 31, we are going to be taking a break. So 3 more. Yay! Alrighty, qualification match number 28. Let's get it going. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 28. Flaming Chickens already full of fuel and back to their side of the field. Spartronics and Spartan Robotics, that's not going to be confusing at all, doing the same on the blue side of the field. And Chickens are already back for a second cycle. Not a huge cycle in their robot, though, but they do manage to get it all shot up and in. And preliminary scores 44-39 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now going to lose possession of their hub, trying to get a last couple of shots up and in before the Red Alliance takes control of their hub. Speaking of the Red Alliance, now loading up their side of the field with as much fuel as they possibly can. Chickens now trying to grab all the fuel that they just dumped in the corner and shoot it up into their hub. Pig Mice beached on the bump, but they managed to get themselves free, noting they now have the top of their robot back, as earlier they were missing it. A bunch of shots going up and in from the Flaming Chickens once again. Now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to absolutely pound that hub full of fuel. And Flying Hedgehog's going to try to get in the way of the Blue Alliance robots, but the Blue Alliance robots don't really seem to be super phased at the moment. Spartan Robotics filling up their robot with fuel, and Spartronics trying to do the same with their turret, shooting it up into the hub. 160-98 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Once again, Pig Mice beached up on the bump. Will their alliance partners be able to free them here? Spartronics absolutely full of fuel at the moment, dumping it over to the blue side of the field. Not a lot of shots going in for the moment for the Flaming Chickens. Will they be able to get themselves all sorted out? And they do manage to free their alliance partners, and some crazy noises coming from that flaming machine. And now the Blue Alliance absolutely dumping a ton of fuel up into that hub. Spartronics lining up against their alliance station and loading up some fuel into their hub. Spartan Robotics trying to do the same and fighting 2898, the Flying Hedgehogs at the moment. 44-88, trying to line up with the hub. And now it's the end game, which means that both alliances have the ability to score in their hub. Human players on the red side of the field throwing a bunch of fuel in. The Flaming Chickens pushing the fuel to them, meaning that their robot is probably out of commission. 268 to 132, over a 100-point gap between these two alliances. Blue Alliance looking like they want to seal in this match here. A lot of fuel coming off of the field here, but a lot of shots going up and in at the last second here. 344 to 145 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the end of the match. We'll get your final scores to you in just a moment. Let's take a look at those final scores. Your winner, Blue Alliance, 359 to 151. Spartronics moving their way up into rank number 3. Shockwave moving their way up into rank number 5. Both of those picking positions for those teams. 4 ranking points being taken home by that the Blue Alliance. 1 ranking point going home with that Red Alliance.
Right, people. Moving into qualification match number 29. Starting off on the Red Alliance, I've got Team 8032.
Sasquatch Robotics.
Joining them, I've got 1359.
That'd be the Scalawags. Arg.
And rounding out, and so we've got Team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
Over here on the blue side, I've got Team 957.
Swarm.
Joining them, another 3-digit team, we got 749.
Control V.
And last but not least, we've got Team 2550.
Skynet.
Looks like we're ready to take off in qualification match number 29. Drivers behind the line, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification at 29 underway here, and Mean Machine seems to have beaten Swarm to the punch, having gotten a little bit closer than Swarm. Whole volley of shots going up and in for that carbon fiber robot. A lot of shots also going in for Sasquatch. Looks like 1359 trying to line up with their tower. Will they be able to get it here? Will their robot pull up in time? And not quite. Looks like they've A-stopped their robot, unfortunately. 87 to 47, 40 points separating these two alliances. The Red Alliance leading out of the autonomous period, which means it's the Blue Alliance who gets to have the first uninterrupted cycle of hub scoring. A little bit of an impact between Red Alliance robots on the neutral zone. Mean Machine filling up their robot, sending some fuel over to the other side of the field. Swarm on the Blue Alliance trying to score some fuel into their hub. And it looks like some of our field pieces having fallen off the side of the field. But our field crew will fix that after the match. And 749, Control V shooting in some last-second shots before switching over to the red side of the field. Now Red Alliance up on the Blue Alliance here. Lots of shots up and in for 2471 Team Mean Machine. Absolutely loading that hub full of fuel, but a lot of that fuel also going off of the back. Scalawags into the center of the field and trying to bring back some fuel for their alliance. But if we go over to the Blue Alliance, 749, Control V, lining up for another volley of shots up into their hub. Currently not a lot of fuel for that Blue Alliance to play with, though. Swarm getting defended by Sasquatch on the blue side of the field. Lots of those shots going off into the distance, but also a lot of the shots going in. The Sasquatch has decided there's a lot of fuel that they could eat up and bring over to their own alliance. They swerve through the trench and line up with their hub before sending a volley up and in alongside their alliance partners. Mean Machine, 1359, now joining the red side of the field. They might be trying to play counter defense against Skynet, who's just gotten themselves onto the trench. Mean Machine trying to grab some fuel from behind the tower, and it's now the endgame period. Scalawags. Climber looks like it's up in the air. Will they be able to get up off of the ground right here at the end of the match? Preliminary scores right now, 231 to 131, 100 points between these two alliances. So at this point, 1359 is just flexing, and they are up off of the ground pretty considerably. 7 seconds left in this match. Last second shots going up for Mean Machine and Sasquatch and Swarm on the other side of the field. That is the end of the match. Preliminary score is 258 to 162 in favor of the Red Alliance. We have a thumb up, which means it is time to look at the final scores. The Red Alliance. 270 to 175 in favor of that Red Alliance. And something I also missed, Skynet on the blue side of the field getting themselves up off of the ground at the end of the match. Both alliances taking home 10 points in tower points for ranking points going to that Red Alliance. And Sasquatch holding themselves in rank number 4. Mean Machine now up into rank number 6 in the picking positions.
Alrighty, qualification match number 30. I'm so excited for this one. Starting out on the Red Alliance. Can I get an O? Yep. It's Team 2557.
That's Sodabots.
Joining them, I've got 6465.
Mystic Biscuit.
Period. Joining them, I've got 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
Oh, yeah. Let's head on over to the Blue Alliance. Starting out strong, we've got Team 1425.
Error code 0.
Joining them, we've got 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics. We've got thumbs up on the field, and that means it's time for drivers to stand behind that white line. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. We began qualification 30 with a race from 4 robots into the neutral zone. Shots up and in from human players on both sides, and error code 0 already full hopper into that hub before returning back to the depot to grab themselves a full load of fuel for themselves to shoot up into that hub. Volley going up for C-Tech. And it looks like Blue Alliance won the autonomous period, which means it's time for the Red Alliance to have their first cycle of shots. Looks like the Red Alliance figuring out what they want to do here. 64-65, Mystic Biscuit, hopper full of fuel before zooming through their trench. Lining up against their alliance partners, C-Tech Robotics, on the red side of the field. Both robots putting up their hoppers into the hub. 9 seconds left before the Blue Alliance will take control of their hub. And error code 0 pushing an absolutely massive amount of balls through the trench. They're over on the blue side of the field. X-Flare and error code fuel up into the hub. X-Flare still trying to get that fuel to index properly through their robot, and it does start to go through. Error code, another hopper all the way through. 128 to 112 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. There's just a couple seconds here. The Red Alliance will have a crack at being able to shoot some fuel. Lots of fuel going up for C-Tech. Some fuel going up for Mystic Biscuit. They're now going to go back to the neutral zone. It looks like they can't see all the fuel that's piled up in front of these Sodabots drive station. And Bite Size trying to find out where they want to go here. Essentially pushing some fuel over towards their side of the field. Flashing on the hub indicates it's now the Blue Alliance's turn to score some fuel into their hub. Lots of shots going up and in for error code 0. That's 1425. X-Flare, a lot of shots going up for them as well. And error code 0, super fast intake, absolutely stuffed to the brim with fuel here. And another volley of shots going in, along with some shots from their human players over on the blue side of the field. 2 seconds left, and now it's time for the Red Alliance. It's actually time for both alliances. It's endgame. Shots going up and in for C-Tech. Shots going up and in for error code 0. And Mystic Biscuit has a bunch of fuel in their robot at the moment, trying to grab some more. Error code looking like they're going for another cycle on the blue side of the field. X-Flare doing the same. Mystic Biscuit with some shots up and in. Big impact on the red side of the field. And error code 0, another volley going in on that blue side. Lights flashing indicates the end of the match here. Preliminary scores at 268 to 211 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Both alliances fairly easily getting that energized ranking point. We have your thumbs up here for final scores. Let's take a look at them. Blue Alliance 269 to 212 in favor of that Blue Alliance. Error Code 0 holding themselves at rank number 2. X-Flare moving up just below the picking positions into rank number 9. Over on the red side of the field, even with the 1 ranking point match, C-Tech holding themselves up in rank number 8 at the moment.
All right. We are now into qualification match number 31, which is our last qual match before our wonderful break. I'm so excited. But let's keep our spirits high for this next one. Okay, starting with the Red Alliance. The one, the only, 2930.
The Sonic Squirrels.
Joining them, we have the magnificent in green, 3674.
The Cloverbots.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we've got Team 2990.
Hotwire.
On the Blue Alliance, put your hands together for Team 955.
Control C.
Joining them, I've got 2898.
That's the Flying Hedgehogs.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, you know him in blue. You got to see him in blue. It's Team 3636.
The Generals.
All right, count it down with me, people. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 31, and there's a lot of robots in the center of the field here. Cloverbots lining themselves through the trench, and they are launching their shots up and in for the Red Alliance. 955, Control C doing the same for the Blue Alliance, and they're already up and full of fuel as well. 1 second left here. 41 to 35 in favor of the Blue Alliance, which means it's time for the Red Alliance to go ahead and continue shooting while the Blue Alliance is going to lose possession of their hub here. 955 Control C getting the last couple of shots up and in before they lose possession of their hub. A lot of shots going up and in for the Cloverbots, their alliance partners. 2990 Hotwire, full of fuel at the moment, lining up against that tower. I forgot the name of the field element for a second. lining up against the tower and shooting their hopper up and into the hub here. 29-30. Sonic Squirrels intake out, and they're going to try to grab some fuel. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, lots of shots up and in for Control C, but a lot of them falling short as well. Their alliance partner is currently not moving on the field, and that looks like that's the Generals. We'll see if they can get themselves back working over the course of this match. Lots of fuel going up and in from Control C, and their alliance partners, Flying Hedgehogs, pushing more fuel to them. And now it's the Red Alliance's turn. And it looks like one piece of fuel did manage to go in from the neutral zone, but a lot of it coming from the side of the field here where it's supposed to be shot from. 36-74, full of fuel, returning back towards their driver's station before shooting off their fuel once again. Flying Hedgehogs trying to play some defense on that Red Alliance, but now it's the Blue Alliance's turn. They've sent a defender of their own, and that's the Sonic Squirrels. Looks like 955 Control C, though, absolutely stuffed with fuel. Their alliance partners, 36-36, the Generals, still not moving on the field. Hopefully they can get themselves back up and running here, though. Control C swerving around them, shooting while moving, despite not having a turret. And they're going to fill themselves back up with fuel, and now it's the end game, 249-150 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. About 100-point difference between these two alliances. And now Sonic Squirrels have identified the robot that they need to go for. And Control C still lined up in the trench, shooting a bunch of fuel, returning back, getting another full cycle before shooting it all off into the hub. Flying Hedgehogs currently beached on some fuel on the red side of the field, and Hotwire unloading a cycle alongside their alliance partners, Cloverbots. Preliminary score is 286-242. Red Alliance did get it a lot closer through the end of that match as it became a 1v3 there. We have your final scores for you. The Blue Alliance, 297-252, just falling short of the 300-point barrier. 955 Control C moving their way up into rank number 5. 4 ranking points being taken home by the Blue Alliance. 1 ranking point being taken home by that Red Alliance. 220 points in fuel being scored by the Blue Alliance. Not too far different from the Red Alliance's 217. And we'll be back from the break for qualification 32 at 5:15 p.m.
Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We are heading into qualification match number 32. And I think we've got about 20 more for the day. So let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling. Starting out with our Red Alliance, we've got Team 8032.
That's Sasquatch Robotics.
Joining them, we've got 2550.
Skynet.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got 5975.
The Beta Blues.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, put your hands together for Team 9567.
Stormbreakers.
Joining them, we've got none other than 5970.
Beavertronics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we got Team 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Alrighty, let's bring it. Oh! Qualification match number 32. Let's go, people. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are back here with qualification 32, and Spartan Robotics and Sasquatch both bumping up against each other and racing for some fuel in the center of the field. Spartan putting their hopper up and into the hub. Sasquatch looking like they have done the same. 26-20 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment, but the human players on the Red Alliance are trying their best to increase that score. Blue Alliance topping off their hub at the end of the autonomous period. And now, of course, Blue Alliance, having won the autonomous, will now lose their possession of the hub. We're going to go over to the red side of the field as they now have possession of their hub. And Sasquatch makes a pretty big impact with 5970 Beavertronics. Beavertronics, of course, trying to slow down the cycles of Sasquatch. Sasquatch still managing to get their entire hopper off and into the hub before Beavertronics can do anything about it, though. A big impact on the red side of the field. Managed to line up and get a couple of shots before Beavertronics manages to get to them. And now it's the blue side of the field. And lots of fuel going up and in for 997 Spartan Robotics on that blue side. Defense being played by 2550 Skynet over by that driver station. They're trying to slow down Spartan Robotics and reduce their ability to score, and a lot of that was pretty effective. Most of that fuel going into the neutral zone instead of into the hub. They get a couple seconds here undefended to shoot. And now on the red side of the field, Sasquatch does not have a couple seconds undefended. Most of those shots going up and in, though. Beavertronics trying to cause some chaos on the red side of the field, battling with 3 robots all at the same time. Skynet getting shoved into the field wall, all those shots going wildly off course. And Sasquatch, of course, getting a couple of shots up, but none of them going in, unfortunately, for them. Beavertronics, of course, their defense pretty effective over here. Blue Alliance now crawling away with the lead here. And on the blue side of the field, 997 Spartan Robotics, a couple shots up and in from that robot as they line up against the trench. They're now getting defended by 2 Red Alliance robots. Sasquatch and Skynet. Sasquatch looking like they're trying to steal some of the Blue Alliance's food and bring it over as the end game it begins. Bumpers are locked between 5970 and the Sasquatch machine. Lots of fuel going up and in from Sasquatch, and it's all going up into the hub. Blue Alliance with a couple of shots to match for themselves. Human players on the Blue Alliance going absolutely crazy. Lots of fuel going in from them. Stormbreakers come alive, and now they are shooting up into their hub. And Beta Blues lining up. Can they get the climb off the end of the match? Not quite. Looks like Skynet attempted to get up off of the ground as well. Fortunately, neither robot able to do so. Preliminary score is 182-69 in favor of that Blue Alliance. We have your final scores. Let's take a look. The winner, the Blue Alliance. Final score 190 to 72. And 4 ranking points to show for it. All the robots on that alliance sliding up in the rankings. 152 in fuel in teleop being scored by the Blue Alliance against 49 for the Red. Fortunately for the Red Alliance, no ranking points will be taken home. Sasquatch sliding down to rank 7, of course, still a picking position.
Okay. Qualification match number 33, people. We are moving swiftly. Starting out with our Red Alliance, let's meet the teams. We have Team 2521.
That's Cert.
Joining them, we've got 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, put your hands together for Team 2433.
Pig Mice.
On the blue side, we're starting out here with Team 2811.
The Storm Bots.
Joining them, we've got 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
And last but not least, we've got Team 4915.
Spartronics.
Qualification match number... 33. We are good to go, people. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin qualification to 33, and Mean Machine beats out Spartronics to the middle of the field. Spartronics now making an impact with 2811 Stormbots and lots of fuel going in for that Red Alliance. Mean Machine now tipping back 25-21 Cert. And they do manage to get a couple of shots up and away, but looks like 25-21 is currently beached on some fuel. Will they be able to get off? Yes, they do. And of course, Red won the autonomous period, so now they will lose possession of their hub. Mean Machine gets the last couple of shots off. And now on the blue side of the field, both Spartronics and the Stormbots lighting up their hub. Lake Monsters also lining up with a hopper full of fuel and launching it up off and into that hub. And in the middle of the field, Hungry Hippos trying to grab as much fuel as they possibly can. Looks like there may be some communication issues between the drivers of the Red Alliance teams here as they make contact with each other. But now they figured it out, and they are all shooting as much fuel as they possibly can up into their hub. 1 minute, 35 seconds left. Lots of shots going up and in for Cert. Mean Machine getting defended pretty heavily by the Stormbots. Mean Machine, though, able to get over that fuel that's over by that human player station and light up their hub right before the Blue Alliance takes control of their hub. Lots of shots going up for Stormbots. Unfortunately for them, not a lot of them going in. They're going to have to realign and try again here. And Spartronics launching some fuel crazy high in the air. They've got another bunch of fuel in their hopper, and they're lining up with the hub. And the lights flashing indicates that it's time to go over to the Red Alliance. Lots of shots going in for Mean Machine before Stormbots has anything to say about it. Mean Machine fairly unfazed, though, and a lot of fuel still going up into that robot. Looks like Cert a little bit stuck behind their tower. They're going to try to push that fuel out from behind it and grab themselves as much fuel as they possibly can. Mean Machine trying to evade the defense from 2811 Stormbots. Lots of fuel going up and in now as we hit the end game buzzer. 256 to 200 now by the Blue Alliance. And the Blue Alliance is going to try to catch up here as quickly as possible. Mean Machine shooting quite rapidly over on the red side of the field. Now these two alliances are very close. This is going to come down to the end game here. Spartronics with a big set of shots up and in. Red Alliance has now surpassed the 300-point barrier with 2 seconds left, 1 second left. And we've got the end of the match here. 334 to 281 in favor of that Red Alliance at the moment. We'll get your final scores to you in just a moment here. Thumbs up means that we have scores. Maybe. All right, now we have your final scores. Let's take a look. Red Alliance. Very close match at the end there. 346 to 295 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points going to that Red Alliance. And Mean Machine up into rank number 3 now. Taking that spot from Spartronics, who are now down to rank number 6.
All right. Before we get into qualification match number 34, reminder, if you have any open drinks and you might be sitting close to here, just be careful where you're putting them. It might spill all over you and you might not get that drink back, and that would really suck. Anyway. All right. Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 34. Starting here on the Red Alliance, I've got team 6831.
A05NX.
Joining them, I've got 10444.
Ursa Major.
Our last team here, put your hands together for 1425.
Error code 0.
On the blue side of the field, I've got team 749.
Control V.
Joining them, I got 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Rounding out our blue alliance, put your hands together for team 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Right, I got the thumbs up for qualification match number 34. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots moving up pretty quickly here in auto in a big collision between Cardinal Dynamics and Error Code 0. Lots of shots already up and away for Flaming Chickens. Lots of shots up and away for Error Code 0. And of course, the Blue Alliance here running back the Wilsonville Winning Alliance. Shots up and away for Cardinal Dynamics. And we come to the end of the autonomous period. Blue Alliance 75 points in autonomous against 57 for the red, meaning that Blue Alliance will lose the possession of their hub here. Error Code 0 trying to make their way over the bump. They're going to line up and shoot their hopper up and into their hub. Their alliance partners pushing them a bunch of fuel. That's A05NX. And Flaming Chicken's going to go try to reduce the amount of fuel that A05 can give to them, starving the Red Alliance of the fuel that they so desperately need to score here. And with just a couple seconds left here, 7 seconds before we switch over to the Blue Alliance, Red Alliance looking mighty hungry for some more fuel. Meanwhile, Flaming Chickens lining up against the wall, trying to avoid defense from A05. They are unfazed, though, in a lot of those shots, careening perfectly into the hub. And now Cardinal Dynamics doing the same on the opposite side of the Blue Alliance side of the field. 1 minute, 30 seconds left in this match. 40-point difference between these two alliances at the moment. 749 Control V over the bump and into the neutral zone, trying to collect some fuel here as it switches over to the Red Alliance. Shots up and in from 1425 Error Code 0. And AO5 sliding through the trench before trying to line up and getting some beached on some fuel. We've seen that happen quite a bit in this competition. And now there's a big set of motion over towards the blue side of the field as we now pivot over to the Blue Alliance. Lots of shots up and in from the two turret bots. Will Control V be able to join them? Yes, they do. Lots of fuel going in for that Blue Alliance. Almost 300 points with 45 seconds left in this match. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like a supercharged RP is on the horizon for this Blue Alliance. It's not on the horizon anymore. It's past. And now Endgame has hit. Can they break 400 points in this match? 145 for the Red Alliance. There's not a lot the Red Alliance can do at this point, but the Blue Alliance is going to try to do their best here to break that 400-point barrier. Only a couple points, and they've done it. Lots of fuel going in on that blue side of the field with only a couple of seconds left here. Chickens grabbing as much fuel by the hub as possible, returning back and taking some last final shots. Holy cow. 471 to 172, your preliminary scores. Thumbs up. Let's take a look. We probably know who won this match. The question is by how much. Blue Alliance, of course, takes home that win, and 481, your new event high score. And of course, Cardinal Dynamics still dominant in #1 rank. Chicken sliding up ever closer. Control V, the highest ranked tank bot currently at the competition. Error Code 0 on the Red Alliance sliding down to rank #6. Still a good position though. They're still in that picking position. 406 fuel points scored in Teleop by that Blue Alliance. And of course, 5 ranking points.
All right. That was crazy. But let's keep it going, people. Match number 35. Let's meet our Red Alliance. We're starting off strong here with 957.
That's Swarm.
Joining them, I've got 1359.
Arg, 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 that'd be the Scalawags.
Rounding out this amazing alliance, we've got team 3669.
The Carbon Knights.
Over on the blue side. Let's check them out. Starting out, we've got team 44.
Shockwave.
Joining them, we've got 2915.
Pandemonium.
And rounding out this wonderful blue alliance, we've got team 10991.
Pyobites.
All righty, qualification match number 35. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 35 marks the halfway point for qualifications at this competition, and both Shockwave and Swarm full up of fuel and back on their side of the field from the neutral zone and loading up their hubs full of it. Swarm with another cycle from their depot. And 1359 Scalawags once again stopping before they can make it to their tower. Red won the autonomous period there, which means it's time for the Blue Alliance to get their first crack at scoring fuel. And Shockwave, the big shot into the air, but not a lot of fuel past that. They're now back in the center of the field, grabbing themselves some more fuel before lining up alongside their alliance partners, Pandemonium, to get some shots up and in. Pyobites trying to line up to do the same here. And both robots absolutely dumping fuel into their side of the hub, almost at the energized RP, right as it gets taken away from them. And now it's the Red Alliance's turn to score some fuel here. A lot of shots up and in from Swarm. Carbon Knights trying to push some fuel to their human players, and they do manage to do so, and their human players going absolutely crazy on the red side of the field here. A little bit of defense being played between Scalawags and Pandemonium. Scalawags now going over to the blue side of the field. They're going to try to slow down the cycles here of this Blue Alliance. 4488 still managing to shoot into that hub despite being shoved around. They make a pretty big contact with the Scalawags intake. Lots of fuel up and in for Shockwave, and now those lights flashing means it's time to move over to the red side of the field. And human players once again on the red side, throwing a bunch of fuel up into the hub. Not a lot of shots from robots going up and in, however. It looks like Scalawags trying their best to intake some fuel from against the from the guardrail wall. Carbon Knights still trying to shove more fuel to their human players. Potentially their shooter still broken from earlier. And now 30 seconds left, it is the end game, and the Blue Alliance is trying to extend their lead in the last 30 seconds of the match. Almost a 100-point difference between these two alliances. Red Alliance is going to have to do a lot in this last 30 seconds here. And it looks like there's a big chunk of Swarm's robot. That looks like their swerve guard that got knocked off in the middle of the field. You're going to have to get a replacement piece installed after this match. Shockwave, another cycle going up and in with 3 seconds left, 2 seconds. And that's the end of the match. Preliminary scores 231-97 in favor of that Blue Alliance. Just missing out on the RP potentially, the Red Alliance. I'll get your final scores to you in just a moment. We have your final scores. Let's Alliance. Final score of 231-108. And 4 ranking points, the usual that we seem to be seeing across this competition. Shockwave now up into rank number 3 on that Blue Alliance. 189 points in fuel and teleop scored by the Blue Alliance against 59 for the Red Alliance. Looks like both alliances were fairly level during Autonomous, though. Alrighty, it looks like we are ready here for qualification 36, I believe. So let's go ahead and meet the teams on the field, starting with the Red Alliance. We have team 4915.
It's Spartronics out of Bainbridge High.
Joining them in the middle driver's station is team 9430.
That's CTEC Robotics.
And also on the red side of the field, we have team 5975.
The Beta Blues.
Making our way over here to the blue side of the field, we have team 2811.
The Stormbots.
Joining them is team 8032.
That's Sasquatch Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 4662.
That's Bite-Sized Robotics.
We've got thumbs up on the field. That means drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. And C-Tech makes a quick motion towards the center of the field. On the other side of the field, Sasquatch does the same. Full hoppers for both robots there. Lots of fuel now going up and in for Sasquatch. And their alliance partners doing the same with them as well. And that's Stormbots. Lots of fuel coming up and in from C-Tech on the red side of the field. And blue won the autonomous period, which means that red will have the first hub cycle. And Beta Blues now playing some counter defense against Bite-Sized Robotics in the middle of the field. And Bite-Size seems to have gotten themselves stuck on the bump, but they managed to free themselves here. And they hold on to one of those pieces of fuel that came out of the hub, drawing a small penalty there. Spartronics full up of fuel, and they make their way back over to the red side of the field where they're going to contest with some defense from bite-sized Robotics. Now it's the Blue Alliance's turn. 2811 Stormbots put up, and they are shooting up into their hub. Sasquatch doing the same as well. And their hopper is completely empty. Their alliance partners, Bite Size, have just passed them a giant thing of fuel, and it looks like Sasquatch have a chain of LEDs hanging off the side of their robot. Hopefully that won't cause too many problems for them. Beta Blues trying to slow down 2811 as they enter the middle of the field, and now it's the Red Alliance's turn to shoot some fuel. Spartronics emptying their hopper into the hub, and they're now full up, going along the driver station wall, trying to get all of that fuel there. But Bite Size has something to say about that, making a pretty big impact with the side of the wall. Pulsing on the hub means that it is time, for the Blue Alliance to shoot. And 2811, all that fuel going up out of their robot into that hub. Sasquatch, LEDs still flying everywhere, go back to the neutral zone to try to grab some fuel. And Spartronics making a flying leap over that bump while also passing some fuel to their alliance. And now it's endgame. It means that both alliances have possession of the hub, and it's still very close between these two alliances. 200 to 184 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Now the Red Alliance is shooting while the Blue Alliance is not, meaning that it's very, very close here. Red Alliance now shooting a bunch, and they are about to pass the Blue Alliance if the Blue Alliance doesn't start shooting here. 2 points separating these two alliances with 7 seconds left. Is getting very, very close here. Can the Red Alliance surpass the Blue Alliance? Blue Alliance, big flying move across the field from Bite Size right at the end. Very small amount of points separate these two alliances at the end of the match. Potentially the Red Alliance not quite able to make it up, but we'll get your final scores to you. They're coming up for you on the big screen. Blue Alliance, 238 to 236. 2-point difference between these two alliances, and 4 ranking points for that Blue Alliance, meaning that 2 points separated 2 ranking points. Sorry, 3 ranking points. Up into the 6th position, Sasquatch now sits, and Spartronics falls down to rank number 7.
Alrighty, let's get into qualification match number 37. Starting on the Red Alliance, of course, we've got team 5970.
That's Beavertronics.
Joining them, I got 2990.
Hotwire.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got team 2733.
Oink, oink, squeak, squeak. It's the Pig Mice.
Oh, over on the blue side. If I can make it. Okay, here we are. We've got team 2930.
The Sonic Squirrels.
Joining them, I've got 6831.
A05 Annex.
And rounding out our blue alliance, I've got team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
All right, let's keep up the energy for match 37. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Just kidding. I got you guys. Okay, just kidding. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Looks like the Mean Machine now thumbs up in the driver's station, and their robot making it to the center of the field rather quickly and unloading their hopper straight into that hub. Very, very improved Spindexer than we saw at Wilsonville. Lots of shots going up and in from the Red Alliance as well. Not as many though, 44-30 in favor of the Blue Alliance. So of course the Blue Alliance hub flashing white and blue means that they're gonna say goodbye to their hub in just a second here. Mean Machine though, desperate to get a last couple of shots up and in before they lose it. Now it's the Red Alliance who is the only one who can score at the moment. And 27-33, Pigmice passing Hotwire a bunch of fuel. Hotwire still having to venture into the neutral zone, but not having to go very far. And a lot of fuel being pushed into that corner by Pigmice once again. Hotwire still going back and forth, trying to grab as much fuel as they can from that center. And Mean Machine now in the center of the field, gobbling up as much fuel as they possibly can, while also evading the defense from 5970 Beavertronics, who are very effectively keeping Mean Machine out of their side of the field. Mean Machine gonna have to find a different way in, but they managed to force their way through, and now they unload their hopper. And 5970 Beavertronics can't quite push them hard enough that it's gonna matter. Lots of shots going up and in also from Sonic Squirrels, and now it's the Red Alliance's turn. Over on the red side of the field, Hotwire shots up and in, and AO5 NX unfortunately beached once again on fuel. And lots of fuel going crazily off the field by Mean Machine. Pigmice trying to play defense and also pass fuel to that Red Alliance. Some fuel getting shoved into the outpost where the human players can then throw it into their hub. It's now the Blue Alliance's turn, and Beavertronics once again on the case. They are over by the Blue Alliance robots, just creating absolute chaos on the blue side of the field, trying their best to slow down the cycles of all three of those robots. Mean Machine managing to get their cycle up and off. Sonic Squirrels, despite being up on a piece of fuel, do manage to get their fuel into the hub. Now it's endgame, 115 to 123, now in favor of the Red Alliance. Of course, Hotwire, the only team scoring on that red side of the field at the moment. This might be an upset here. 139 to 123 with 15 seconds left in this match. Can the Red Alliance hold up against the powerhouse that is Mean Machine at the moment? 7 seconds left. It's very, very close between these two alliances. Mean Machine going for a last second cycle here. 1 second. Holy cow, 1 point! Separating these alliances with our preliminary score. What an exciting and close match. We have thumbs up, which means we have a final score. Let's see that final score. Your winner, the Blue Alliance. Just 2 points separating these two alliances, 167 to 165 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Very, very close, and just at the last second. Of course, those 2 points coming down to the last second cycle from 2471 Team Mean Machine, now holding themselves up in rank number 2 4 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance, 1 ranking point being taken home by that Red Alliance. Of course, very valiant attempt by that Red Alliance there.
All right, let's get into match 38. Starting with the Red Alliance, as per usual, we've got team 1359.
I think that might be the Scalawags.
Joining them, we've got 2550.
Skynet.
And our final team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 10991.
That's the Pyobites.
Over on the Blue Alliance, I've got team 3674.
Cloverbots.
Joining them, I've got 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
And another 5-digit team here, I got team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Qualification match number 38. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 38 here underway, and 1540 already hopper full of fuel. They're shooting across from their alliance partners, Cloverbots, and over on the red side of the field, good amount of fuel going up and in from the human players. We'll see if those human players can match the scoring power of both the Chickens and Cloverbots. 70 plus points, 78 points coming out of the autonomous period for the Blue Alliance, 32 for the Red. That means it's time for the Blue Alliance to say goodbye to their hub. Bye-bye, Hub. It's now time to go over to the red side of the field. A couple shots up and away for Scalawags. They move over towards the neutral zone where they get beached a little bit, but manage to get themselves all sorted out. Meanwhile, Chickens shooting their fuel back over towards the blue side of the field. Hyobites trying to get absolutely full of fuel and line up and shoot before they lose their hub. They don't have a lot of time, though, and it's now the Blue Alliance's turn. Both Flaming Chickens and Cloverbots lighting up their hub with a ton of fuel. Already a 100-point gap between these two alliances. 150 to 38 in favor of the Blue Alliance and counting. Scalawags trying to bring some fuel back to their own alliance so that way they can score it here. 2550 Skynet lining up with their hub and shooting up, off, and in. Hyobites lining up, trying to do the same. And over in the neutral zone, not a lot of fuel left over. Red Alliance has taken a lot of that fuel and pushed it onto their side of the field. Not a ton left on the blue side either. So as we begin to switch over to the blue side, or to the Blue Alliance over here, Chickens are gonna have to work to grab some fuel, and they knock over our fuel reset things again. Cloverbots, full fuel of hopper. Cloverbots, empty fuel of hopper. All that fuel, where did it go? Into the hub. They're behind the tower, grabbing a full another hopper, and they line it up and shoot it up into the hub. Ursa Major pushing their fuel up into their human player station. 257 to 75 in favor of the Red Alliance. Oh, sorry, the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, good amount of scoring for them there, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to overcome the Blue Alliance here. Blue Alliance almost to 300 points with 8 seconds left in this match. Can they get a final cycle up and off? Chickens seem to be struggling with their intake at the moment. And the last couple of shots going in for Cloverbots. 297 to 92. Almost 200 points, actually more than 200 points, separating these two alliances preliminarily. And we've got your final scores for you here. Let's see them up on the big screen. It's the Blue Alliance. Not a huge shock here. The question is, what score did they get? 304. They did break that 300-point barrier. 112 points for the Red Alliance and 4 ranking points for that Blue Alliance. All 3 robots sliding up the rankings.
Alrighty, everyone. We are getting into qualification match number 39. Let's start by meeting our Red Alliance. First, we have 2915.
That's Pandemonium.
Joining them, I have 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, put your hands together for 749.
Control V.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting out strong with Team 2521.
That's Cert.
Joining them, I have 955.
Control C.
And last but not least, we've got Team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Alrighty, everyone. Qualification match number 39. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 39 starts off with a quick dash, and all three blue robots absolutely decimate the center of the field. All that fuel already up in the hub, and all of them returning back for another cycle. 955 Control C, the only one to return back to their side and shoot off another cycle for themselves here. 70 points for that Blue Alliance against 30 for the Red Alliance, meaning that it's time for the Red Alliance to take control of their hub. Lots more scoring going on the blue side of the field right at the end before they lose the possession. Then we go over to the red side of the field for Control V lining up against the hub alongside Lake Monsters. Pandemonium over on the red side of the field joining them, and they're all throwing their as much fuel as they possibly can up into that hub. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance totally stealing every piece of fuel they possibly can get their hands on and shooting it all over to that blue side of the field. 955 Control C getting defended by 749 Control V. These sister teams not afraid to beat each other up a little bit. And lots of shots going up and in for Cardinal Dynamics. Lots of fuel also being pushed over to the blue side of the field by 2521 Cert. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn. 100 points separate these two alliances after the first two rotations. And Pandemonium shots up and over the hub. Not a lot of them going in, so they're going to have to back up here if they want those pieces of fuel to go in. Lake Monsters lining up, trying to do the same alongside their alliance partners. Control C over on the red side of the field. And it looks like a part of their intake maybe flopping around a little bit. And then I'll move their way back over to the blue side of the field where Cardinal absolutely lighting up that hub. Cert, lots of fuel going up and in for the Blue Alliance. And over on the red side of the field, Control C playing some defense, fairly uncharacteristic of this offensive robot. And there looks like a big bar of some kind in the middle of the field. I wonder if that's from the Control C intake. Endgame now, 283 to 82 in favor of the Blue Alliance, about to surpass that 300-point barrier. They do manage to surpass that 300-point barrier. And Control C continues feeding fuel over to that blue side of the field. Their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics and Cert. Lots of fuel going up and in. Can they get the supercharged RP? Maybe. It doesn't show it on the screen, but potentially they will. We have thumbs up. Nope. Yeah. We do have thumbs up. All right. We have your scores. Not a huge surprise. Blue Alliance takes the win. The question is, what score did they get, and how many RP did they get? 379 to 110, and 5 ranking points being taken by the Blue Alliance. Cardinal Dynamics holding themselves in rank number 1. Control C all the way up now into rank number 2 after a dip from earlier. 302 points in fuel being taken, scored during the teleop by the Blue Alliance. 80 points for the Red Alliance. At the same story in Autonomous, 72 to 30 in favor of that Blue Alliance. Red Alliance still taking home 1 ranking point for themselves.
Alrighty, everyone, we finally hit qualification match number 40. So let's meet our teams. Starting out on the Red Alliance, I got team 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Joining them, I got team 957.
Swarm.
Then rounding out the Red Alliance, I got team 3636.
That's the Generals.
Okay. Over on the blue side of the field, I got team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
Joining them, I've got 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, I got team 2557.
Oh, yep, that's the Soda Bots.
Okay, qualification match number 40. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
40 matches into our qualifications here at Clackamas Academy. And 4 robots making their way into the neutral zone. Whole hopper up for Sodabots. And over on the red side of the field, Swarm and Spartan both emptying their hoppers into their hub as well. A couple more shots going off for the Spartan machine, and 51-40 in favor of that Red Alliance. Coming out of the autonomous period, white lights on the Red Alliance hub indicates that the Red Alliance will only have a couple of seconds left to shoot here. And now it's just the Blue Alliance who can score at the moment. Sodabots trying to line up and get some fuel into their robot, potentially having an issue with their intake though. Now 36-36 Generals trying to play some defense against X-Flare Robotics. X-Flare, a couple of shots in towards the center of the field. One of them does manage to go in. Some of them bounce off of the net and go in. And now it is time for the Red Alliance. A little bit of bumper lock in the middle of the field between Flying Hedgehogs and Swarm. A couple of shots going wildly off course for Spartan Robotics, but they do manage to sort themselves out, and they return back to a massive sum of fuel over on the red side of the field before getting defended by the Flying Hedgehogs. Grabbing some more fuel up underneath that tower before they lose possession, and now it's the Blue Alliance's turn. Lots of shots going up and in from the human players on the blue side of the field. Some fuel getting pushed in by the Sodabots machine. 103-82 in favor of the Red Alliance. Lots of defense preventing the Blue Alliance from catching up at the moment. Generals, we've seen them play some crazy defense over the course of this season. Although their swerve drive doesn't sound too happy about it, to be honest. Lots of shots going up for the Red Alliance now. 116-93 for that Red Alliance, and lots of defense getting played continuously. And I see some more pieces of yellow scrap on the field. What that tells me is potentially part of the Swarm machine once again taking an impact and ending up all over the red side of the field. That buzzer indicates it is endgame now, and more defense getting played by 36-36, the Generals, who retreat out from a pin before getting penalized. The Blue Alliance trying to catch up here with a couple of shots. Red Alliance, though, absolutely pounding their hub, trying to make sure that they stay in the lead for the last 10 seconds of the match here. 156-104, 50 points separating these two alliances. Human players in the Blue Alliance shooting as much fuel as they possibly can. Red Alliance, couple last shots up and in. Preliminary scores 159-104. And we have a thumb up, which means we have your scores. Let's take a look at those scores. Red Alliance takes this one 164-104, 60 points separating these two alliances at the moment. 4 ranking points for that Red Alliance. No ranking points, unfortunately, for the Blue Alliance. A lot of that coming down to the teleoperated period with a lot of defense. 46 points in fuel scored in the autonomous period versus 40 points for the Blue Alliance. Fairly neck and neck there. The teleop shows a different story, 103-54. while we are waiting for a reconfirmation of the previous match scores, may we please give a big round of applause to our field crew for making sure that our event runs smoothly and that our field gets fixed here and operates correctly. All right, thank you once again to our field crew for getting our field up and running here. And of course, something to note, we just played match 40. We do believe that the issue that we found with the hub was an electrical issue and affected the outcome of the match. So we will be replaying match 40 at the end of the day, which we end qualification 52. So after 52, we will replay match number 40. With that, let's take a look at qualification 41.
All right, thank you all for being so patient with us today. We just want to make sure every match is fair and we all have fun here. So let's get into introducing our teams for match 41, starting with the Red Alliance. I got team 6465.
Mystic Biscuit.
Joining them, I have none other than 9567.
Storm Breakers.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, I got team 1425.
Error code 0.
Over here on the blue side of the field, put your hands together for team 3669.
Carbon Knights.
Joining them, we've got team 44.
Shockwave.
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, I got team 6831.
AO5NX.
Okay, we are ready to go ahead for match number 41. Just kidding. I got you guys again. Oh boy. But I guess while we're waiting, please be sure to stay hydrated during this event. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer and we'll be back again tomorrow, but I hope you guys have been drinking your water. Looks like we are all good to go for qualification match number 41. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 41 underway, and Error Code 0 beats out 4488 Shockwave to the center of the field, shooting their hopper up and into the hub. Looks like Shockwave still managed to get themselves enough fuel, and they have shot it all up into the blue hub. Looks like some contact made between some of the Red Alliance robots, but Error Code 0 already full up on fuel. The Red Alliance pretty handedly beating the Blue Alliance in the autonomous period, which means that hub starts flashing white, indicating that the Blue Alliance will have the first cycle of the hub. Red Alliance loses possession of that hub, and now it's time for Shockwave to shoot their hopper up and in. Carbon Knights, looks like they got their shooter working, and they have shot a couple of pieces of fuel up into the Blue Alliance hub. Shockwave returning back with another cycle of fuel, lining up, and they push it through their shooter before returning back towards the back wall of the Alliance station. And now Red Alliance has their chance, and Error Code unleashing their hopper into the Red Alliance hub alongside their alliance partners Stormbreakers and Mystic Biscuit. Error Code back with another cycle from the back wall, and Stormbreakers venturing out into the center of the field. Lots of shots going up and in on the blue side of the field. A little silly because they did not have an active hub, but now they have an active hub, and both human players are shooting into the hub. Shockwave is shooting into the hub, and Carbon Knights also shooting into the hub. Mystic Biscuit with a bunch of fuel that they are delivering to their side of the field. Meanwhile, AO5 in the middle trying to push as much fuel as they can over to the blue side of the field. Those lights flashing on that hub indicates that it's time for the Red Alliance. 1425 Error Code 0 and 6465 Mystic Biscuit to shoot their fuel up into the Red Alliance hub to get it scored. Human players doing the same as a couple pieces of fuel have gone into the outpost. And now Stormbreakers trying to limit the motion from AO5 Annex in the middle of the field. And now it's endgame, which means that both alliances have the hub, and about 100-point difference between these two alliances. Blue Alliance is going to have to work extra hard if they want to keep up with these, or with the other alliance. A lot of points going up and in from Shockwave. Error Code 0 lining up, and fuel getting shot up and into the red hub on the other side of the field. Carbon Knights, they finally have found their rhythm, and they unleash their hopper up into the hub right at the end of the match here. Preliminary score is 192-258 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Both alliances having reached that energized ranking point. I'll have your final scores to you in just a moment here. We have your final scores. Let's put them up on the screen. The winner of the Red Alliance. 263 to 199 in favor of that Red Alliance, 4 ranking points. And Error Code 0 slides up into rank number 4. Mystic Biscuit holding themselves at rank number 8, the bottom of the picking positions. Meanwhile, on the blue side, 4488 Shockwave down into rank number 6. 1 ranking point being taken home by that blue. For anyone up in the stands who is confused about what is happening on the field, we have some strategic play happening. We currently have rank number 1 Cardinal Dynamics against rank number 3 Team Mean Machine. This is going to be a very competitive match, and these teams have requested the force load, which means that Red Alliance will get to place their first robot, and then they have to wait, and the Blue Alliance will place their first robot. Then it will go back to the Red Alliance, back to the Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, Blue Alliance. That way they can play and counterplay each other in the autonomous period.
Alrighty. Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 42 on the Red Alliance. We're starting out with 49-15.
Spartronics.
Joining them, we have none other than 10444.
Ursa Major.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we've got team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Over on the blue side, we're starting out mean with team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
Joining them, I got 2550.
Skynet.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, put your hands together for 5970.
Beavertronics.
Alrighty, qualification match number 42. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin this match, and Mean Machine has made it all the way to the center of the field, and on the red side, Cardinal Dynamics have also countered them. Lots of fuel going up for both alliances, but Mean Machine seems to have missed a good amount of their fuel, and Red Alliance have returned back to the center of the field, where they have gathered some more fuel and shot a second set of fuel for both Cardinal Dynamics and for Spartronics. We end the teleoperated period 73-29 in favor of that Red Alliance. Piece of fuel coming over the scoring table here. The Red Alliance has had a loose possession of their hub, and we're over on the blue side of the field now where they have an active hub. Meanwhile, lots of fuel going all over the place from the Red Alliance here. Spartronics not quite sure how to keep it in the field. They're going to try to aim it back for the driver station there. 2471 Team Mean Machine clashing with 6696 Cardinal Dynamics as they try to fill up their hopper full of fuel and return it over to the blue side of the field. See if any of the Blue Alliance robots are going to come over to the red side of the field and steal any fuel. Cardinal Dynamics with a ton of fuel in their hopper, and they are shooting up into the hub. Spartronics trying to line up, but a couple pieces of fuel going astray. Ursa Major currently sitting motionless in front of the hub, and Beavertronics playing some defense against that Red Alliance. Currently 183 to 79 in favor of the Red Alliance. Over 100 points separating these two alliances now. Lots of fuel coming off of the field this match. Not entirely sure why this match of all matches. But now 187 to 118. The Blue Alliance is slowly crawling their way back here with only a couple seconds left, 5 seconds, before the Blue Alliance loses possession of that hub. We're over to the Red Alliance now as they have possession of the hub, but Spartronics currently motionless by the side of the field. And are there any red robots functional on the field at the moment? No, it looks like all the red robots currently not moving on the red side of the field. FTA, Tim over on the case. 192 to 126 in favor of the Red Alliance. Will the Blue Alliance be able to take advantage of all the robots being down and Spartronics come back to life for that Red Alliance? Mean Machine joining their alliance partners to score some more fuel at the end of the match here. 15 seconds left, 193 to 152 in favor of the Blue Alliance. With Spartronics back to life, they're trying to bring that gap back wider. And Mean Machine stuffed full of fuel, potentially not enough though. Will they be able to get those shots off at the end of the match? They do. 212 to 160, your preliminary scores for qualification 42. We have thumbs up, which means we have a final score. Let's take a look at the score on the screen. The Red Alliance, 220 to 168, and 4 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Cardinal Dynamics holding themselves in rank number 1. Spartronics holding themselves in rank number 7. Ursa Major crawling their way up to rank number 13. Over on the blue side, Mean Machine falls to rank number 5. 1 ranking point being taken home by that Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, folks. Qualification match number 43. You know the drill at this point. First team here on the Red Alliance. I got team 10999. Wait, 10991.
Pyobites.
Joining them, we've got 997.
Spartan Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we got Team 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
On the Blue Alliance. Starting us out here, we got Team 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
Joining them, we've got 2521.
CERT.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we got 3674.
Cloverbots.
All right, we're ready to go for qual match number 43. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 43 and a ton of robots into the center of the field, 4 of them to be exact. Chickens with their hopper up in the air, Cloverbots with their hopper up in the air, and C-Tech with their hopper also up in the air. Red side of the field and Spartan Robotics going over to the outpost, gathering some pieces of fuel from their human player and dumping into the hub right at the end of the match here. Sorry, the end of the autonomous. Chickens into the center of the field, and the Red Alliance losing out on auto, which means that they are going to have to gather as much fuel as they possibly can in the next couple seconds here because they now have possession. Chickens trying to do that for their alliance partners, 997 Spartan Robotics. Pyobites on the field here, pushing as much fuel as they can over towards 997. And CERT dropping their intake down, trying to steal some more fuel from that center of the field and bring it over towards the Blue Alliance, so that way the Red Alliance can't use it. And now both Flaming Chickens and Spartan dumping some more fuel into their hub. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn. CERT hopper in the air, C-Tech hopper in the air, and they both return back towards their Alliance wall to shoot some more fuel. They both do so successfully, and their Alliance partners, Cloverbots, doing the same with them as well. 1 minute, 30 seconds left, and it's 163 to 163. Very even match between these two alliances at the moment. We're about to lose possession of that blue hub, though. Let's go over to the Red Alliance, who's pre-shooting. That's the Flaming Chickens. 997 Spartan Robotics doing the same as well. Their alliance partners, Pyobites, trying to bring them as much fuel as they possibly can over the bump and through the trenches. And they make contact with the Cloverbots machine as they try to come through the trench, having stolen some fuel from the Red Alliance. CERT, in the middle of the field, trying to gather up the remaining fuel over there and bring it over towards the Blue Alliance, where it is now their turn to shoot a cycle. 1 minute left in this match, 266 to 245. Blue Alliance is going to go up above the Red Alliance here in just a couple seconds. Lots of shooting going up from those 3 robots. And Spartan over here on the blue side of the field trying to defend, grab some fuel, and run back to their side of the field as they are now down on the Blue Alliance. And now it's the end game, which means that both alliances can score. Flaming Chickens, full hopper and counting. Lots of defense being played by Cloverbots. And over on the blue side of the field, no defense being played at the moment. 300 points being surpassed by the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance just now surpassing 300 points. And the Red Alliance now has the supercharged RP. Will the Blue Alliance be able to do the same with just 6 seconds left? They're 20-something points away. Will C-Tech be able to get it here? Not quite. Very high scoring match between these two alliances. We have thumbs up, which means we have a final score. Let's take a look at what that final score is. It's the Red Alliance. 441 to 351. 5 ranking points for that Red Alliance. All 3 robots on that alliance sliding up the rankings. Chickens just now 1 point or 1 ranking below the picking positions. One ranking point still being taken home by that Blue Alliance. Very close to supercharging for that Blue Alliance, but they just weren't quite able to get the fuel that they needed. new announcement for you guys. We have looked at the match schedule to make sure that no team is playing back-to-back. We were originally going to replay match 40 at the end of quals today. Instead, in order to make sure that one of the teams does not play back-to-back matches, we're going to push qualification 40 back to the first match tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, we will not start with qualification 53. We will start tomorrow morning with qualification 40 and then go to 53. With that, let's meet the teams on the field.
Alrighty, folks. Qualification number 44. Let's meet our teams. Starting here on the Red Alliance. I got team 1425.
Error code 0.
Joining them, I have 955.
Control C.
Last but not least, I got team 2733.
Oink, oink, squeak, squeak. That's the pig mice.
Over on the blue side. Put your hands together for team 9567.
The Storm Breakers.
Can I get an oh, yep? For team 2557.
Oh, yep, that's the Soda Bots.
And last but not least, we got team 1359.
Aye, that might be the Scalawags. Arg.
We are all good to go for qual match number 44. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 44, and Red Alliance, very quick charge into the center of the field. Looks like Sodabots had an auto that was ready for that fuel to be displaced, though, and all three of those robots shooting a ton of fuel up into the center of the field. Will the Scalawags be able to get up off of the ground here at the end? Not quite. And a bunch more fuel going in for that Red Alliance. Coming out of the autonomous period, and we've already got the energized RP for that Red Alliance. Of course, Red Alliance, having won the autonomous period, are now facing the flashing lights on their hub, which means that they are about to lose that possession. And it now goes to the Blue Alliance, but Blue Alliance doesn't seem particularly ready to shoot fuel into their hub. Stormbreaker's currently stuck on a piece of fuel, and they do manage to get themselves all free. Sodabots trying to grab some of that fuel, and they line up with their hub and shoot it over into the neutral zone. Their alliance partners, Scalawags and Stormbreakers, trying to grab some fuel from the center of the field, but the Red Alliance is already ready, and they are destroying that hub. Lots of fuel going in at the moment. Control C, once again, with that turretless shoot on the move, grabbing as much fuel as they can from over on the red side of the field. Their alliance partners, 1425, doing the same, bringing that trench up so they can zoom out of there later. And with the lights flashing, that indicates that the Blue Alliance will now take control of the hub. A couple of shots up and in from the Scalawags. Sodabots trying to grab some fuel. They grab themselves one piece of fuel before returning back to the middle of the field. Stormbreakers line up, and they've got a couple shots going up and in. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, I think this match might be already decided with just a minute left in the match. And Error Code 0 and Control C loading up that hub. They're going to be pushing for that ranking point. Only 60 fuel left before they hit that. Make that 30. So if each robot can do just another cycle, they might get that supercharged RP with 40 seconds left in this match. Another volley of shots going up for error code 0. And with just 10 fuel away here, it looks almost certain like they're going to get it as we enter the endgame period. And they now reach that supercharged RP for the Red Alliance. More fuel going up and in from error code 0. They're going to be pushing the 400-point barrier with this match, that's for sure. 16 seconds left. Lots more fuel going up and in from error code 0. Their alliance partners Control C with another volley of shots up and in. And Scalawags up in the air on the blue side of the field. It's not going to be enough to flip the match, but it is going to be enough to look cool. And that is the end of the match, 434. A crazy high score from that Red Alliance. And with a thumbs up, that means that we have your final score. Let's see what the final score. We know to win this match, the Red Alliance. Question is, what score was their final score? And 443 is that final score to 72. 5 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Ranked number 2 and 3, Control C and error code 0, respectively. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, they were not able to reach any ranking points. Getting somewhat close, though.
Alrighty. Qualification match number 45. Let's meet our teams here on the Red Alliance. I'm starting out with 2635.
That's the Lake Monsters.
Joining them, we've got 2930.
Sonic Squirrels.
And our final team here on the Red Alliance, I got team 44.
Shockwave.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we got team 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
Joining them, I got 957.
Bzzz, that's Swarm.
Our final team here, we got 5975.
The Beta Blues.
All right, qual match number 45. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
44 qualifications complete. We're on number 45 now, and Shockwave and Swarm both have full hoppers, and they return back to their respective sides of the field. Amazing shots going in by the Blue Alliance team and players, just sinking nothing but net. And Swarm, that's definitely not Shockwave, full of fuel and shooting on the blue side of the field. Meanwhile, where Shockwave is over on the red side of the field, drivers step forward to take control, and the Red Alliance will lose the possession of the hub here in just a second. So Shockwave returns back to their side of the field to get a last couple of shots up and in, but they get defended before they can. Sonic Squirrels tries to get a couple of fuel up and in, but it just doesn't quite go in before the end of the the end of the possession. Swarm over by the blue side of the field, filling up their hopper, and a good volley of fuel coming off of the field, courtesy of 2930 Sonic Squirrels. And the Blue Alliance, couple of shots up and in from Swarm. Beta Blues looking like they are trying to figure out what they want to do next, sliding through the trench and gathering some fuel for their alliance before they bring it back towards their side of the field. Bite Size, at this point, pretty well known for playing defense this year, trying to beat up 4488 Shockwave. And Shockwave, maybe a little unsure of what's going on, and they shoot a whole volley of shots off into the middle of the field. 957 Swarm over on the blue side of the field, now that they have possession of the hub, gathers some more fuel, shoots it into the hub, and returns back towards their driver station, where they grab a bunch more fuel and send it into the Blue Alliance hub. 5 seconds left before we switch over to the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance currently up on the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance has something to say about that. Shockwave specifically, seeming like they would like to turn that score around. 2930 sends a couple of shots up and in, and now the Red Alliance is up on the Blue Alliance. 40 seconds left. In just 10 seconds, we'll be in the end game, which means that both alliances will be able to score at the same time. 154 to 121, 30 points separating these two alliances as we enter the end game. The end game, of course, sounded by that buzzer. And Beta Blues, climber extending. We're going to see, hopefully, that climb getting up off of the ground at the end of the match here. The Red Alliance trying to pull ahead. 20 points, though. Blue Alliance slowly catching up. And will the Beta Blues be able to get up off of the ground at the end of the match here? They pull, and yes, they do! Their bumpers. Oh, and they just fall at the end of the match. The last couple of shots going up and in from Swarm. Tragic end of the match for Beta Blues, unfortunately. We've got thumbs up, which means we have final scores. Let's see them up on the big screen. Winners, the Red Alliance. The final score of 176 to 160 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Shockwave holding themselves rank number 6. 1 ranking point still being taken home by that Blue Alliance.
All right, before we move into qualification match number 46, I would just like to make an announcement. So, because we are playing match 40 tomorrow, we are gonna move up the mascot parade to start promptly at 8:55 a.m. tomorrow. So, please let your team's mascot know to meet probably earlier than that. We're gonna try to do it super fast so we can fit everything and everyone can go home and be happy, yay? So, yeah. Y'all got that? Okay, cool. Let's meet the teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, I got team 2898.
That's the Flying Hedgehogs.
Joining them, I've got 3669.
The Carbon Knights.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, I got team 749.
Control V.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting out with team 2915.
Pandemonium.
Joining them, I got 2811.
Stormbots.
Rounding out our Blue Alliance, we got 6465.
That's Mystic Biscuit.
Sorry, okay, we are gonna start qualification match number 46. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 46 and a lot of fuel immediately off the side of the field from the Carbon Knights machine. Luckily our refs were able to dodge that fuel, not get hit by it. Some fuel going up from the human players on the blue side of the field. Fuel in the center of the field, fairly undisturbed, just a little bit of a bite taken out of it. 1 second left here in the autonomous period, 28-19 in favor of the Red Alliance. Because that Red Alliance hub will now start flashing white, indicating that they will lose the hub in just a second here. Control V sitting currently motionless on their side of the field, and they do manage to regain control of their robot before heading back to the center and filling up their extendable hopper with fuel. Over on the blue side of the field, Stormbots trying to get their hopper unjammed. They do manage to get their hopper unjammed, and fuel goes up and into that hub. Also on the blue side of the field, Flying Hedgehogs playing defense against Mystic Biscuit, as they know Mystic Biscuit does not have a turret. And now it's time for the red side of the field. 749 wiggling their robot back and forth, trying to gain control of the fuel in their robot. I think I'm punny sometimes. And Carbon Knight comes through the trench, but maybe gets caught on it. Doesn't quite manage to make it through. The center of the field, 2811 Stormbots grabs some fuel and brings it back to their side, pre-shooting. So that way, as soon as that hub turns blue, their fuel gets counted. And their alliance partners, Pandemonium lining up and Mystic Biscuit lining up, but some defense being played by the Flying Hedgehogs, trying to slow down the cycles of that blue alliance. Currently 79-40 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And a couple of pieces of fuel going up and in. Stormbots finally get a clean cycle to themselves without getting defended. And it's now the Red Alliance's turn. A couple of very clean shots from the Red Alliance human players. And 749 starts unloading their cycle into that hub. 2811, a couple pieces of fuel landing on their robot, but they managed to get it out of their robot before any penalties are drawn. And they return back to their side of the field with a full hopper of fuel. Control V trying to get a couple pieces of fuel in right as the end game triggers. 107-72 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Will Red Alliance be able to come back here? A couple pieces of fuel going up for what looks like Stormbots. And with just 10 seconds left, 128-91. And it looks like Flying Hedgehogs currently motionless on the blue side of the field. Lots of shots going up and in now from Control V. And 139-108 is your preliminary match score in favor of the Blue Alliance. We have a thumb up, which means that we have a final score. Let's take a look at that final score up on the screen. Blue Alliance, who takes home this win 143-110. And 4 ranking points against 1 ranking point. Currently the most common loadout of ranking points that we see at this competition so far. 30 points separating these two alliances.
Alrighty, folks, let's get into qualification match number 47, starting with our Red Alliance. I got team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
Joining them, team 8032.
Sasquatch.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, please welcome 9567.
That's the Stormbreakers.
Over here on the blue side, I got team 2990.
That's Hotwire.
Joining them, I have team 3636.
The Generals.
And our last team here on the Blue Alliance, I got team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Alrighty, qualification match number 47. Drivers behind the line. Get ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Only a couple of qualification matches left today, and teams make a quick dash towards the center of the field. X-Flare making their way through the trench and lining up to shoot alongside their alliance partners, Sasquatch and Stormbreakers. Over on the blue side of the field, Generals, good couple of shots up and in, some of them falling short though. And 2990 Hotwire grabbing a full cycle full of fuel right as the autonomous ends and the drivers step forward and take control. White lights on the Red Alliance hub indicates that they will say goodbye to their hub at the end of this next couple of seconds here. And that sound indicates that they have lost said hub. Over on the blue side of the field, 2990 full hopper, and they line up to their hub and shoot their fuel up into the hub. Their alliance partners, 3636 the Generals, lining up with their turret, but it doesn't seem like they're able to push any fuel through. Hotwire, however, deciding that they're going to do it for the alliance. 75 to 55 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment, but the Red Alliance would like to turn that around, and they now have turned that around. They're now in the lead of this match. Sasquatch, a couple of shots up and in, and Generals playing some defense like we've been seeing them play all season. X-Flare, a couple shots up, none of them in, unfortunately. They do manage to line up and get a couple in before the end of that period. And over on the blue side of the field, Hotwire, a lot of fuel available for their choosing, and they have decided to choose wisely. A lot of that fuel along that driver station, all into their hopper, getting indexed by their intake, and it is all shot and in and good. Blue Alliance now back in the lead of this match, 119 to 106, with just a minute left in this match, and now it's the Red Alliance's turn. Human players throwing that fuel up into the hub, doing quite a successful job of it, and some crazy screeching noises coming from presumably the General's drivetrain. We've been hearing it all day down here on the field. And a lot more defense being played by that Blue Alliance. Red Alliance not able to score a whole lot during this period of time. And now the Blue Alliance has a chance. And now the scores are level with 20 seconds left. 10 points now separating these two alliances. Lots of fuel going in for the Red Alliance. They're bringing their way back now. They're now in the lead of the match with 10 seconds left. Will the Blue Alliance be able to get any last second shots up and in? 152 to 144. Hotwire is trying to, on the red side, Sasquatch is trying to, and just a couple points difference as the ending buzzer sounds. Preliminary score is 163 to 154. Waiting for the thumbs up from our head referee. We don't have a thumbs up. We'll get your final scores to you in just a moment. takes this win 163 to 154 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home against 1 for the Blue Alliance. Once again, most common setup of ranking points that we've seen at this competition. Sasquatch holding themselves in rank number 4. Very close in teleop from fuel. Blue Alliance actually outpacing the Red Alliance, 118 fuel to 113. Different story in Autonomous, though, and that is what swung the match.
Hey, 4 more matches to go for the day, people. Let's get into meeting our teams for qualification match number 48. First, we're starting with 955.
That's Control C.
Joining them, we have 10991.
That's the Pyobites.
And our final team here to round out our Red Alliance is 5970.
Beavertronics.
Over on the blue side, I've got team 2733.
Pigmice.
Joining them, I have 44.
Shockwave.
Last but not least, I got 957.
Swarm. Let's get qualification 48 underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. And a good race in the center of the field. The Valley teams, 955 and 957, grabbing some fuel from the center of the field and dumping it into their hoppers. Control C already back in the center of the field for a second cycle. And their alliance partners, Pyobites, grabbing some fuel from the center as well. It's going to be the end of the autonomous period, 47 to 42 in favor of that Red Alliance. A fairly close autonomous period. The Red Alliance just comes out on top, and they're going to lose possession of that hub here in a second. And over on the blue side of the field, Blue Alliance not quite ready to make their shots. Looks like Beavertronics playing some defense against Shockwave. Shockwave making most of their shots, but a couple of them going astray. 957 Swarm lining up against the hub and shooting alongside their alliance partners. And also in the middle of the field, 2733 Pigmice passing them some fuel. But another bit of defense by Beavertronics, shoving the machine of Shockwave into the side of the field. Control C now have their turn to shoot, and they grab a bunch of fuel from their side of the field. Looks like Pigmice are going to be over there trying to slow them down. It's not super effective, and a bunch of that fuel still goes in for the 955 machine. 1 minute, 20 seconds left in this match, 124 to 98 in favor of that Red Alliance, and Shockwave now unloading their hopper up and into that hub. Blue Alliance, 957 Swarm doing the same. And Beavertronics doing their best to slow down the cycles of 4488, but they seem to be doing mostly pushing into the hub, which of course is the direction that Shockwave uses to brace themselves. So they're going to need to come out the side of Shockwave if they would like to slow them down. Lots of shots going in from Control C. They seem to be gaining control of this match. And they are returning back towards their alliance station, grabbing more fuel, shooting on the move towards the opponent, 2733 Pigmice. Fairly unfazed by their defense. And Pyobites alongside them, trying to gain as much fuel as they possibly can. And now we're in the end game. Both alliances can score 209 to 179. Still a pretty close match between these two alliances. Lots of shots going up and in from Control C. Will Blue Alliance be able to flip the match here? Only 10 points separating these two alliances. Lots of shots going up and in from Swarm. A couple of shots going up and in from Shockwave. 236 to 234. Now just a couple seconds left, and the Blue Alliance has swung the match the other way, potentially. What an exciting match. Preliminary score is 245 to 240. We'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. Have your final scores on the big screen. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. Having swung that match around in the last couple seconds, 256 to 241. 4-1 ranking point setup. 955 Control C dropping down to rank number 3. Shockwave now up into rank number 5. Blue Alliance outpacing the Red Alliance during the teleoperated period, 209 to 183 in favor of that Blue Alliance, while the Autonomous swung the other way.
All right. Qualification match number 49. Let's meet our teams. Starting out here on the Red Alliance, I got team 997.
Spartan Robotics.
Joining them, I've got 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, I got team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
Over on the blue side, I got team 9430.
C-Tech.
Joining them, I have 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's 2930.
Sonic Squirrels.
Qual match number 49. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin this qualification match with a very large disruption to the fuel in the center of the field, courtesy of Cardinal Dynamics, who positioned their robot sideways so that way their bumpers would push all of the fuel to the different sides of the neutral zone. And lots of fuel going up from that Cardinal Dynamics machine as we end the autonomous period. And actually the Blue Alliance won the autonomous, which means those white lights flash on the Blue Alliance hub, indicating that the Red Alliance will have the first go at shooting fuel uninterrupted. Bite-sized has something to say about the whole uninterrupted thing, though. They would like to go play some defense against Cardinal Dynamics. They managed to get themselves over the bump and remove some fuel from Cardinal Dynamics' direction. And 997 Spartan Robotics lining up against their side of the field, lining up to their hub and shooting off some last couple of fuel before they lose possession. And now it's over to the blue side of the field. Lots of shots going wildly over for Cardinal Dynamics as they try to return those to their side of the field. 2930 trying to dump some fuel into the hub. And C-Tech quite successfully loading a bunch of fuel into their hub. Flying Hedgehogs would like to slow them down, though, and unfortunately it looks like Flying Hedgehogs may have just come to the end of their match. RSL no longer blinking. And a lot of fuel going in for that Red Alliance. 178 to 100 in favor of that Red Alliance. Lots of fuel going up from the Spartan and Cardinal Dynamics machines. 1 minute left in this match, and the 200-point barrier has been broken. 214 to 100. Blue Alliance now have a chance to bring that score above 100, and they do so. C-Tech, big bunch of fuel coming in. Cardinal on the blue side of the field slams their turret into that trench. Hopefully they didn't do too much damage to their robot. Lots of fuel going up and in from the blue side of the field with just over 30 seconds left in this match. 100-point difference between these two alliances. It's looking pretty sealed and dealed for the Red Alliance. But of course, anything can happen in FRC, and the Blue Alliance, unfortunately, maybe just lost C-Tech as well. Their RSL stopping flashing, and they are now static on the field. Lots of shots going up and in for that Red Alliance. They've now crossed 300 points with just 9 seconds left. I'm not sure they'll be able to get the supercharged RP, but they are close, that's for sure, with 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. That is the end of the match. Preliminary score is 327 to 170 in favor of the Red Alliance. Thumbs up on the field means that it's time to see your final scores. Let's take a look. And it's the Red Alliance who takes this win. 338 to 172. Rank number 1 still held steady by 6696 Cardinal Dynamics. 4 ranking points to 1 ranking point. the usual setup here.
All righty. We're getting into qualification match number 50. But, you know, I think you guys have gotten a bit sick of me. I think Aiden.
Hey guys, how we doing? It's time for qualification match number 50. First up, it's your host, Team 2550.
Skynet.
In driver station number 2, it's 3636.
The Generals.
Can I get an oh, yep. It's Team 2557.
Sodabots.
From Vancouver, Washington, it's Team 2811.
The Stormbots.
In driver station 2, it's Team 749.
Control V.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 2990.
Hotwire. And a very warm welcome to Aiden from 5468 Chaos Theory. Give him a round of applause for his first ever time emceeing.
It's kickoff qualification match number 50. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification number 50 underway, and an impact between 3636 the Generals and 2990 Hotwire in the center of the field. Very light impact though, and they both go their separate ways. Lots of fuel going up and in on the red side of the field from the Sodabots machine. And over on the blue side of the field, 2990 Hotwire returning back to the neutral zone, filling up their intake, and drivers will now step forward and take control. Lights, oh my goodness. I almost just died. Okay, white lights on the blue hub indicating that the Blue Alliance is going to lose possession of that hub. And on the red side of the field, 2557 Sodabots filling up their hopper with a couple pieces of, oh my goodness. Generals, please keep it on the field. We're dying over here. And 2990 Hotwire is up against the driver station wall. Sorry, not the driver station wall, the guardrail. I am totally frazzled. 1 minute, 40 seconds left. 78 to 49. A lot of defense being played on the blue side of the field. Generals pinning 2990 Hotwire against the edge of the field. And now Hotwire going and shooting their fuel off into the hub. Generals switching targets before returning back to Hotwire, and a big impact on the side of the field. Lots of fuel going up and over into the Red Alliance hub. The Red Alliance slowly crawling their way back as they are quite far behind the Blue Alliance at the moment. 1 minute left in this match, 120 to 70 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Over on the blue side of the field, lots of shots going wildly over to the Blue Alliance, yet no Blue Alliance robots over on that side. There just seem to be missed shots from that Red Alliance. And another impact between robots on the blue side of the field. This defense looks like it's playoffs defense despite it being qualifications. 40 seconds left, 149 to 77 as we are about to enter the end game period. Lots of shots going up and in from Hotwire, although they're getting defended pretty heavily against the tower, and a lot of shots going up from Sodabots on the red side of the field. 20 seconds left here, and almost 100 points between these two alliances. Lots of shots going in from both alliances, and another big impact over by the red side of the field. I think by this point in the match, about as much fuel has gone into the hub as have come over the outside of the field by the scoring table. A lot more shots going in from 2811 right at the end of the match. Preliminary score is 201 to 111 in favor of the Blue Alliance, which will get you your final scores to you in a moment. We've got a thumbs up, which means we have a final score. Let's take a look at that final score. Toss that one out of the way, and it is the Blue Blue Alliance. 209 to 126 in favor of that Blue Alliance. 4-1 ranking point set up the usual at this point. 28-11 moving up closer to the picking positions, now ranked number 12, only 4 positions away from the picking.
All right. It's back to me again for qualification match number 51. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, I got team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
Joining them, I have 6465.
Mystic Biscuit.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, I got 8032.
Sasquatch Robotics.
Bit of a battle to make it over to the blue side, but we made it. We're getting there. I'm gonna go this way. All right, let's meet our teams over here. Starting out with 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Joining them, we've got 3669.
That's the Carbon Knights.
And last but not least, we got 4915.
Spartronics.
All right, qualification match number 51. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We began the penultimate match of the night here as 1540, the Flaming Chickens, and Spartronics lighting up their side of the hub, and their opponents, Sasquatch, doing the same for the Red Alliance. So human players going absolutely crazy and dunking a ton of those pieces of fuel into that hub. It's not enough though. 85 to 44 in favor of the Blue Alliance. White lights on the hub indicate that it is time for the Blue Alliance to say bye-bye to their hub, and there it goes. And now it's the Red Alliance. Doesn't seem like they were particularly ready, but now they are. And a couple of shots going up and in from Sasquatch. Mystic Biscuit doing the same next to them. And here come Lake Monsters with a full hopper ready to go and score up into that hub. And they do seem to do so successfully. Lots of fuel being pushed over to the blue side of the field, including by their own opponents. Sasquatch not quite paying attention to where that fuel is going to end up. And now the 1540 is going to go try to gobble up that fuel and dump it all into that hub on the blue side of the field. Tons of fuel airborne for the Blue Alliance all at once. 207 to 93 in favor of that Blue Alliance with 1 minute 30 seconds left in this match. This match might be a contender for the supercharged RP. And lots of fuel going up now for the Red Alliance. Sasquatch absolutely dumping fuel into that hub. Lake Monster's trying to do the same, but looks like they get bumped by their alliance partner, Mystic Biscuit. They'll have to line back up with some new fuel and try again. It looks like Blue Alliance Robot Carbon Knights not moving, but they do come back to life here. And now the Blue Alliance will have their turn to shoot. And they go ahead and load up that hub. Both Flaming Chickens and Spartronics, despite the defense, quite successful in shooting up there. And we're pretty close to that supercharged RP. I think they're going to get it. Just a couple more fuel in this match for them to get there as we enter the end game. Flaming Chickens, a whole hopper up and in. It was just a couple away, and they do get it. And now they have reached that supercharged RP the Blue Alliance has. And on the red side of the field, they're just trying to keep up a little bit. I think this match is pretty sealed and dealed, but of course, the Red Alliance will try to get as much out of it as they possibly can. A couple more cycles going to be done by Flaming Chickens and Spartronics on the blue side of the field. Lake Monster shooting on the red side of the field. We're now up into the 400s. How far into the 400s will we get? That's the end of the match. 450. Your preliminary scores. 226 on the Red Alliance. And we have a thumbs up, which means we have your final scores. Let's throw them up on the screen. I think we know which alliance it's going to be. Once again, it's a question of what is the score going to be. 463 to 226. 5 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. Flaming Chickens now finally up in the picking positions. Rank number 7. And Spartronics up into rank number 4. Over on the red side of the field, looks like Mystic Biscuit has fallen out of the picking positions into rank number 9. Sasquatch still in it, but only at the edge.
Alrighty, before we head into our last match of the day, reminders for you all. I know, I'm so excited. But reminders. After this match, we are going to have an alumni photo. So if you're an alumni, remember to come down and so we can all take a picture together. And reminder that tomorrow morning, we are starting the mascot parade early, roughly 8:55, but like be there earlier because you're smart and you think ahead. And yeah, we'll be able to play match 40 or replay it, and it'll be super fun and swell, and we're going to be on time, and it's going to be great. Speaking of being on time, I should probably get this thing rolling. So, match number 52, our final match for the day. Let's meet our teams. Starting with the Red Alliance. We got team 6831.
A05 Annex.
Joining them, I have team 3674.
That's the Cloverbots.
And our last team here on the Red Alliance, we've got team 2915.
Pandemonium.
Over on the blue side. Oh, thank you. I got team 2521.
Cert.
Joining them, I've got 1359.
Arrgh, that'd be the Scalawags.
And rounding out our blue alliance, I got team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
All right, everyone, last match of the day. Drivers behind the line, count it down with me in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin the final match of the night with another big impact in the middle of the field between X-Flare and Cloverbots. Cloverbots unloading their hopper into the hub over on the blue side of the field. Cert doing the same with their fuel. And they are now shooting that fuel back over to the blue side of the field. It looks like Cloverbots just maybe getting off the ground. I can't quite tell from this angle. I do think they managed to get it. And the lights on the field indicating that the Red Alliance is going to say goodbye to their hub here in just a second. And now the Blue Alliance is the only one capable of scoring. X-Flare and Cert both moved through their trenches on opposite sides, moving rather quickly, or rather Cert moved over the bump. They can't go through the trench. And X-Flare loading their entire hopper currently into the hub. Cert drops their intake. They're going to go for some fuel sitting by X-Flare before going back and shooting it up into the Blue Alliance hub the last couple seconds here before it switches over to the Red Alliance. And that Red Alliance is now shooting into their hub on the red side of the field. Cloverbots full up on fuel. They are shooting up into the hub, and their alliance partners Pandemonium doing the same. Lots of defense being played in the center of the field by A05 Annex against Cert. Cert shooting across the whole field at the moment to pass to their alliance partners. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to make some shots. Lots going up and in for Cert. Lots going up and in for X-Flare. And with just over a minute left in this match, we are 132-99 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, of course, still have the possession of the hub for just a couple more seconds. Those lights flashing indicate that it's about to go to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance's Cloverbots pre-shooting to make sure that their fuel would start going through the indexer just as the points started getting counted. And A05 Annex, a whole volley going up and in for that Red Alliance. Pandemonium traveling out to the center of the field where they meet the Scalawags. Scalawags going to try to slow down or play counter defense against Pandemonium. And now Scalawags having an impact with A05 Annex. That buzzer indicates that is now the end game. 174-151 in favor of the Red Alliance. Will the Blue Alliance be able to come back from this one here? Lots of fuel going up from that Red Alliance. 15 seconds left, 195 to 161 in favor of the Red Alliance. A lot of shots missing from the CERT machine. With 6 seconds left, Red Alliance is now past the 200-point barrier. 2 seconds, 1 second. Preliminary score is 220 to 165. Waiting on your final scores here. Thumbs up, which means that we have your final scores for the last match of the night. Let's see them. That is the Red Alliance. 230 to 179, your final score. Most of that coming down to the fuel in the teleop, 188 to 128 for the Red Alliance. I missed at the end of the match there. Scalawags up on the tower. They did manage to get that climb for worth 10 points, but it wasn't enough to swing the match. And now, of course, it is the end of the night, which means alumni, I know you're up there. Please come towards the field. It is time for the alumni photo. For the rest of you, we will see you all tomorrow. I like super certified, don't see a whole lot of alumni making their way towards the field. And I know there's more alumni out there. I know because I'm looking at one of them. There will be more alumni and they can make their way to the field. Look, our queuers are on the field waiting.
The faster you get here, the faster we can all
Yes.
go home.
Yes, we can all go
Please,
home earlier.
alumni, I beg of you, join us.
Look how lonely Drake looks on the field. Oh, alumni. Come here. We've got the entire volunteer crew. But I know there's more up there. Alumni? Yeah, we got one alumni here. Let's go. Shout out Sonic Squirrels for sending your alumni. We have more. Hi, Mo. Maybe there's Coach Carter. He's made his way onto the field. Yeah. You want to be in the alumni photo. Surely there's more alumni than that. Come on. Skynet alumni, sweet. Yes, we have more. More alumni. Yes, yes. All right, that's probably good enough. Oh, we're still waiting on... Oh, lame. He's doing important things in the question box? That's lame. Picture is more fun. Tom, I hope you're comfy up there because you're going to be there for a while. Evan, would you like to say something to the alumni?
They put me in jail.
Evan's in jail. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, well, maybe final alumni. Daniel, do you have anything to say to the alumni?
Get down here. I want to see y'all. You're going to be in the photo. It's going to be great.
That's what I'm saying. They're all leaving. It's because they hate us, I'm pretty sure. Drake, do you have any notes for the alumni?
When do we get to go home?
Yeah, the sooner you get down here, that we can go. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. We'll see y'all early tomorrow.